never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The White House says the federal government is committing to helping the people of Jackson, Mississippi, as they continue to suffer from an ongoing water crisis. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre noted the presence of FEMA and the EPA in the city. The EPA is examining the water treatment plant there. During an economic roundtable with local congressional candidates in Madison Heights, Michigan on Wednesday, House Minority Leader from California, Kevin McCarthy, was asked about inflation and its impact on people. McCarthy says the 40-year high inflation has been caused by the Democrats' policies and President Biden's legislative spending.
His spending, and you watch a lot of people out there tell you, it's only going to harm inflation more. Did he not learn from Larry Summers? Did he not learn from them warning your spending is causing the inflation?
This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
As Russia continues its unprovoked invasion of Ukraine into a seventh month, National Security Council Coordinator for Strategic Communications John Kirby is touting all the tax dollars of support from the United States going to Ukrainians since the Biden administration took office.
We have, provided more than committed more than $13 billion of security assistance to the Ukrainian armed forces, and we will continue to do that. And there will be announcements of future security assistance in coming days.
Another top Fed Reserve official says interest rates will keep rising as the central bank fights back against inflation. Cleveland Fed Reserve President Loretta Mester calling for raising interest rates above 4%, adding she doesn't see the Fed cutting rates in 2023. The losing streak on Wall Street continues. At the closing bell, the Dow losing 280 points to close at 31,510. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Republicans are hoping to take back a Senate seat in 2022 that they lost in 2020.
Claiming $50 million of negative advertising aimed against him, the Senate race in Georgia is in full swing. Republican challenger Herschel Walker on Newsmax.
Because there's an inflation problem. There's a crime problem in Atlanta. You know, there are so many problems. The Senator Warnock voted to put men in women's sports. And that's a problem. I think the people are saying, you know, we don't like this. And that's the reason right now that they spent so much money, but yet the race is still tied. And I want the people to know that there's a big contrast between he and myself. You know, I believe men should not be in women's sports. And I do know a man can't get pregnant, but I also know that we do have to have peace through strength, that we got to support our military, that we got to support our men and women in blue. And he called them names. So I think people are sick of that.
Lance Pry reporting from the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau. Users of the Facebook gaming app will have to make a switch at the end of October. Meta announcing the standalone app will no longer be available come October 28th. Credit card debt is surging as Americans look for ways to keep up with inflation. The latest report from the Fed Reserve shows credit card balances are up about 13% compared to this time last year. That's the biggest jump in 2 decades. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, and just like that, that's my cue. Let's roll. Here we go. Looking at a change on the calendar here. It says 9/1. Yeah, there you go. August. We just closed it out in the Eastern Time Zone. Welcome into the first day of September. Ready for change of the seasons? It won't be long now. Still a few summer-like days as we head into the Labor Day weekend. I can see it on the horizon now. Just around the corner. Haven't seen the actual numbers from AAA. How many late summer travelers are going to be hitting the road this weekend? Obviously going to be a busy Friday at the airports. Folks heading out, take advantage of the long, unofficial end of summer weekend coming on here. First, though, we got to get through a Thursday. That's September 1. Friday, September 2nd. Speaking of which, it's all still on the schedule. Chris Gabrelchik joins us for our Friday morning edition this week on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Combo. Yeah, there you go. So, trust your week's going well. I obviously now making plans for the weekend. How about your travel conditions out there on the highways and byways tonight? There's not a whole lot to get in your way. It is a beautiful, clear night outside the Secret Bunker in southwest Ohio with 69 degrees at this hour. Very low humidity, downright gorgeous. As far as precip, eastern half of the country is relatively quiet. Only area we see some shower activity is up in New York and on into parts of Vermont and New Hampshire. Actually, a line of showers. A few pockets of heavier rain stretching almost from, say, right about Erie, PA, just to the east of Erie, PA, on the New York side. So it wouldn't be PA, but yeah, from there stretching through a line of showers and thunderstorms, a cluster from just south and east of Rochester, over toward north of Utica, New York. Put things in motion there. It's moving off to the east, and that front is kind of dipping off to the southeast. That's going to be bringing some cooler air into the New England areas and much of the northeast as we roll into the day here Thursday. Keep an eye on that. Not expecting anything as far as severe weather to slow you down tonight, but yeah, you will find some pockets of heavier rain. From there, we've got to get all the way back to western portions of Kansas, eastern portions of Colorado, another line of showers and a few heavier thunderstorms in the mix there. East central and southeastern portions of Colorado over into west central, northwestern portions of Kansas. That activity as well, just exactly like the action in New York, is moving to the southeast, moving into more of western Kansas, maybe on down into the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region through the overnight hours. As we look at the national watches and warnings, advisories, the map is all but quiet with the exception of the West Coast, where we've got excessive heat warnings and heat advisories extending all the way up into Oregon and even western portions of Washington state. For the rest of this week and through the weekend, the hottest of the weather is still to come your way, especially there in Southern California. Excessive heat warnings with, lo and behold, someone mentioned this a few nights ago. Something along the lines of, mark my words, in the next couple of days, you're going to see the grid operator in California asking people, please, please conserve. Do what you can do to not strain the power grid as we go all electric. Well, sure enough, this past day, and I guarantee it will continue through this weekend, especially this weekend, that they will likely in California be facing some rolling blackouts this weekend. I all but guarantee, because with these triple-digit highs that are continuing for such a lengthy period of time, yeah, California's grid operator warning the temperatures could lead to blackouts. We are facing a prolonged late summer heat wave. Temperatures expected to reach as high as 115 degrees in some areas, according to the National Weather Service. National Weather Service office in San Diego says, quote, an impactful long-duration heat wave is expected from the beaches to the desert through Labor Day. That's Tuesday. You got a long ways to go. Yeah, high to very high heat risk will be impacting the coast and the valleys by Sunday and Monday. Plan ahead so you can stay cool and hydrated, especially if you have any outdoor plans. That excessive heat warning is in effect. Yeah, it went into effect at 11 a.m. Wednesday, and it continues till 8 o'clock Monday evening, the entirety of the upcoming weekend. Dangerously hot conditions, according to the National Weather Service. Peak temperatures 95 to 112 degrees expected through Saturday, 100 to 115 degrees for Sunday and Monday. In Los Angeles County, temperatures could reach 112 in Woodland Hills. The Burbank forecast to see temperatures as high as 106. Downtown LA could see a high of 93 today, 94 Saturday, and 100 degrees on Sunday. That forecast, again, prompted California's grid operator to warn you will need to conserve energy over the holiday weekend to avoid blackouts. The California Independent System Operator issued an order restricting any maintenance operations from now through September the 6th to ensure that all the generators, all the transmission lines are in full service. Now, the peak load for electricity is expected to exceed 48,000 megawatts on Labor Day. If weather or grid conditions worsen, if you lose a generator, if you lose some transmission lines, the ISO may issue a series of emergency notifications to access additional resources and prepare market participants and the public for potential energy shortages and the need to conserve. This from their official news release. The power grid operator expects to call on Californians for voluntary energy conservation via flex alerts over the long weekend. What is a flex alert? Well, during a flex alert, consumers are urged to reduce energy usage, especially between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. when the system is most stressed. The top 3 conservation actions would be to set your thermostat to 78 degrees or higher, avoid using large appliances or charging your electric vehicle, turn off any unnecessary lighting. Lowering electricity use during this time will ease strain on the system and hopefully prevent more drastic measures, which would include rotating power outages. Meanwhile, the torrid conditions are going to produce unhealthy levels of smog, especially in the inland areas of the South Coast Air Basin. According to the South Coast Air Quality Management Director, elevated temperatures increase emissions of chemicals, leading to ozone formation and enhance the ozone formation rates. This long-duration intense heat wave will likely cause unusually high and persistent levels of ozone pollution. Hey, maybe a good weekend to head out to your local car lot and see which electric vehicle, which one you want. Or not, right? Okay, we'll get more on our traveler's weather coming up here. Of course, more on the heat wave. Looks like, I guess it's official now, as we've crossed over into the first day of September. We did not have a named tropical system in the Atlantic Basin in the month of August. Third time, only the third time since records have been kept that has occurred. They've been telling us for several days and continue to expect that's going to change. The Central Atlantic has a tropical system which has been dubbed Invest 91L, likely to become a tropical depression or storm over the next several days, ending this historic run with no named storms in the Atlantic Basin. This particular system is spinning several hundred miles east of the Leeward Islands right now. If it strengthens further and becomes an organized tropical storm, the name will be Danielle, only the fourth named storm in the Atlantic hurricane season list this year. Obviously, conditions have been too hostile to support development across the basin for weeks now. So we've seen absolutely nothing. No tropical depressions, no named storms, of course, not a hurricane for the entirety of August. All right, should this system fail to develop, which it has not, as I just mentioned, only the third season without a named storm since the satellite era began back in 1960. They do say this system has a high chance of development over the next 5 days, but it's not a guarantee. Satellite images reveal some robust, gusty thunderstorms associated with the system this past day, but it's kind of being attacked by strong southwesterly wind shear. Wind shear, of course, hampers development. Nonetheless, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration will investigate the system with aircraft and crews as necessary. As we look toward next week, as next week progresses, the steering breezes may help turn the system more to the north, away from the Bahamas or the U.S. Canadian coastal areas, even though that's the most likely path. The exact moment the system changes directions, that's going to depend on a non-tropical storm and a dip in the jet stream that it's forecast to develop over the southeastern USA. That northward turn may be blocked by that weather feature later next week. In that sort of a scenario, the system could approach the U.S. Atlantic coast. So this is one they're really paying attention to. We have not had much of any Atlantic coast impacts thus far this year. Water temperatures in the path of this invest are above the 78-degree mark that forecasters consider necessary for any sort of tropical development. Given that, and provided that the wind shear and the dry air don't interfere, there's the potential for this to become the first hurricane of the season. There were a few other tropical trouble spots that could develop in the coming days, which we won't worry about that right now, but there's your update on the tropics there. Good morning to Heavy D out of the box here as we flip over to our YouTube and Facebook commenters this morning. Hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe and keep on trucking. Timothy's on board with 67 degrees here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Good morning. Be safe. I'm home safely from the Motor City. There's Jeff on board. Rockpick in Rochester, New York. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and all the night owls out there. 69 degrees here in Rochester, New York. Talking about high 80s over the next couple of days. Visiting Tall Ship, now Trinidad, which is the replica, I guess, of Magellan's Armada, coming up this weekend. All right, that sounds like fun. Something to do on the Labor Day weekend, right? Philly Dan on board. Good morning to everyone, except Biden supporters. Come on, Philly Dan, don't be like that. Mr. Q is on board. Good morning, everybody. Let's roll. There's high pressure pumping. One day till my vacation starts. Then it's off to Maine. Maine this weekend, huh? Hello to Roy. What's happening, Mr. Steve? Not a whole lot. Just getting a Thursday underway. Michigan Madman is on board. Hello, Kentucky Ken. Morning Overnight Drive crew and Steve Sommers. Kentucky Ken is listening in on my way to Princeton, Indiana. Doing that overnight drive thing. Heidi-ho, Steve Areno. There's the legendary Big Moose getting ready to do some serious trailer trucking tonight. Got my foot high up on the pedal, 10 in the wind. Slower traffic, please stay to the right. Ride, boldly, ride. We gone. All right, Moose out there trailer trucking tonight. Evan Williams is on board. Good evening, Steve. Hello to Tom. Hillbilly Tex here on the 81 off the Big I-75. Tipping a hat, ringing the cowbell. Good morning to all the Overnight Drive listeners. There's Jay checking in with 71 degrees, a clear night in Music City, USA, Nashville, Tennessee. It's a great night to be trucking. Keep on rolling. Have a great night, morning, whatever you want to call it there. We'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here, but Off and rolling September 1. Can you believe it? The waning days of summertime. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And, of course, as always, our number, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Check out some of our other friends. Who else checking in? Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. With 65 degrees in Monticello, Illinois. Special shout-out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the pilot seat of a large cow truck. Speeding across the land of Lincoln tonight. Did you say speeding? He did. Pappy on board, 63 degrees southwest Hamilton County. There's a saying, believe nothing you hear and half of what you see. Was that a leftist socialist that came up with that phrase? I'm just asking for a friend, if you know what I mean. Hammer down, be safe out there. Joe Self, Morning Steve, and the Overnight Drive listeners, and nice no humidity, 68 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Have a good night. 5-7 on board, copying the mail. Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. 62 degrees in Newtown, Connecticut. That's Larry checking in tonight. Let's see, Pat. We're short 6 guys tonight. Forced to a midnight departure. I've been off of overnights for 3 years now. Ooh. Well, Pat, I guess you'll be out there with us tonight. We'll do our best to keep you company. Working the overnight hours tonight. Big Sexy, 3-time world champion paper carrier. Checking in from the home in Truman, Arkansas. It's clear, 68 degrees, 86% humidity. Very, very muggy, 64 dew point. About to head out to Jonesboro and pick up those papers. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. 65 and clear in Fort Criswell, Virginia tonight. Keep it shiny side up there. There's Cookie on board, at least for a while this morning. I was thinking about you earlier. Haven't heard from you in a while there. Cookie, good to have you with us. Cookie says, thank you, truckers, for keeping this country moving. Hello to Buckeye Boy from Calhoun, Louisiana tonight, where it's a steamy 78 degrees, feels like 88 at this hour. Went through a lot of rain from Odessa to Tyler, Texas. Some of it very heavy, coming down sideways. A lot of lightning and thunder near Tyler, Texas. But each of those cells didn't last very long. Well, I suppose our uniter-in-chief, Puppet, makes his grand speech today in Pennsylvania. Wish I had a clicker counter to determine how many lies he tells. But I've got my fantasy football draft while he'll be speaking, so I'll have to miss it. What a shame. Anyway, I'll be home Thursday, have to get up early Friday. Got to get some slack adjusters replaced on my tag axle. Problem is, I hope we can find the parts. I have been to 4 MHC Kenworth and 1 Peterbilt dealership trying to get replacement fan belts for my 2018 Kenworth T680. Got the MX-11 engine. Nobody has them. The guy in Ty, Texas said they're actually on a nationwide back order, and dealerships, if they can get them, can only get one at a time of each belt. Now, here's the thing. The set I have on my truck has almost 480,000 miles on them. I'm hoping I can find them and keep this truck going. The guy at MHC said, we're having this problem with lots of parts. It's been the ongoing, supply chain issues, right? Lots of parts on back order, just can't find the things to get your truck repaired. All right, thank you, Buckeye Boy. Good luck with that as we head into the weekend. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, news break almost upon us. Country Bumpkin checking in from Kansas City with 75 degrees. Ready. Stay safe. Overnight drive nation out there. Great Lakes Reliance. That's Rob from Michigan checking in, listening at work tonight. Wally is on board. Hello to Leanne. Yes, good morning right back at you. Eskimo Mom, howdy from Kentucky, the Bluegrass State. Back to my normal run tonight. 39 days to be registered to vote in the midterms. It's only 69 days till Election Day. We've got clear skies, 65 degrees tonight, rolling along I-71. All right, this Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusso reporting. Donald Trump is considering waiting until after the November midterms to launch a third presidential campaign as he navigates a widening array of legal troubles and mounting concerns that some of his hand-picked Senate candidates may be weaker than he once thought. After months of eyeing Labor Day weekend as the target launch date for a 2024 campaign, Trump has spent the past few weeks backing away from this timeline following the FBI search of his Mar-a-Lago estate. Mississippi will need skilled electricians, plumbers, and other workers in the coming weeks to help fix the city of Jackson's crumbling water system. That's the word from Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves after a failure at Jackson's main water treatment plant left much of the city without running water. And it's not just drinking water. Residents are without basic human hygiene. Governor Reeves says the state's experts are in command at the downed treatment plant. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule. Changing the world, one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I saw Feisty's post a few hours ago, which, by the way, it is September 1. You got another, well, depending on which time zone you're in. If you haven't yet filed, you're likely to be screwed in short order. She said, just filed our yearly $22.90 highway road use tax on 3 semis. $1,650 plus $57.50 filing fee. This is a 1-year fee we have to pay to drive them on the highways. Don't forget, we also pay a tax every quarter on how many miles we drive in each state. If we don't pay enough fuel taxes on our diesel purchases for that state, taxes, and more taxes. Yeah, August 31 was the deadline for those 2290 highway use road tax to be filed. Hope you got it done. All right. Hello to No Handle Dave this morning. Sends me an email earlier. He's been solar-powered driver as of late. Solar power's been going well. I don't think I'll ever get used to the alarm yelling at me every morning to get up. But I'm still out here every day listening to the podcast when it gets downloaded. Otherwise, I catch it on YouTube. I'm looking forward to October. Yeah, so the wife and I can take a short getaway to Gatlinburg for a few nights to celebrate our 10-year anniversary. I'm really looking forward to a few days of R&R. I also sent you a link a few weeks ago about the rest areas on I-70 in Indiana at the 108-mile marker just east of Greenfield, closing from September the 9th to October 31st. I'm not sure if they'll leave it open for truck parking, but knowing Indiana, I doubt it. Now, these rest areas are the big mega rest areas, so that's going to be a lot less truck parking in both directions if they close them completely. So drivers who use these need to plan ahead. Be prepared to find alternative parking. One option would be a small truck stop at the 131 exit. This is just down the street from my house. It rarely has many trucks parked there. Now, there's a lot of parking there if the major chains are full up. Anyway, just chiming in. Keep up the great work. Thanks for everything you do. There's No Handle Dave. Stay safe to the Overnight Drive Nation. Oh, and as far as Kentucky Ken is concerned, from his call last evening, I agree with some of those commenting. He should look into LTL. We have a terminal just off 275, close to I-75, north side of Cincinnati. If he's interested, you can pass my email on to him. Yeah, and I thought about that when I was, you're lying there trying to go to sleep and things cross your mind. Your mind clicking. I forgot to get Bourbon Street Gary's info over to you there this past day, Kentucky Ken, but I've got his number. I'll jot that down, tie a string around my finger to remind me to get that done. Hello to Tom Kelly there, back at the Home 20 in Houston, Texas. Coming up later this morning, right after another awesome episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Tune in to TNCRadio.live. It's a best of for Keep On Talking Live with Tom Kirk. And then an unusual guest for Taillights with the Bombs. Larry and Angie interview a couple who drive the nation's highways in search of people to help. Seriously, they stop and help others just drive by. Diesel, four-wheelers, even the occasional motorcycle are all in the scope for this adventurous couple. It's quite a story, so you'll want to check that out. And then it's the all-new episode of Clutch Time Sports with Anderson and Banker. They'll make their bold predictions for the upcoming NFL season. Football fans don't want to miss out on that, starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, all on the station by truckers for truckers at TNCRadio.live. There you go. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Would that be Pat checking in this morning?
Mr. Steve, how are you? Long time no talk.
Doing well. What's going on, Pat?
Yeah, trying to get used to this overnight thing for the one night, I guess. Figure out what we're doing here.
That's you. Okay, you've been off overnights for like 3 years now, huh?
Yeah, we just can't find anyone that wants to work anymore. That's our problem here. So, short 6 guys, vacation, babies, all that. So, had to come to the midnight for the night.
Well, it's good to have you on board. We'll keep you company.
Yeah. Yeah, listen to the podcast, so I appreciate that. Obviously, our YouTube jail there for a week kind of threw me off, but we're in good shape.
Yeah, we just kind of sit back and wait and see when do we get dinged again, right?
Yes, sir. All right, Steve, just wanted to check in. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Well, safe travels out there tonight. Good to have you on board, and ring us up anytime you're out there in those late night hours. All right, let me see. Brain Dead brought this up the other night. Talking about FedEx Ground, this whole controversy that's been going on. And how did he put it? Something along the lines, these guys are talking about like trying to unionize or whatever. Good luck with that is the way he put it. Well, FedEx, I guess you could say they sent, I don't know, is it a subliminal message or is it an outright like, hey, a message this past day? It's like a 4-ton elephant sitting on a 1-ounce mouse to send a message to all the other mice. According to John Bendel, one of the contributors to Landline magazine, in a first-class example of big carriers acting badly, FedEx Ground shut down one of its delivery contractors, putting as many as 225 drivers out of work. Last Friday, August the 26th, FedEx Ground pulled the plug on routes run by at least 4 contracting companies. All are operated by Spencer Patton. If you don't recognize the name, he's the entrepreneur based out of Brentwood, Tennessee. Earlier that same day, the suburban Pittsburgh-based FedEx subsidiary filed a lawsuit against Patton. Patton has emerged as kind of like the default leader of some contractors that are unhappy with FedEx Ground for a variety of reasons. Spokesman for Patton said Patton and his staff had spent Friday and Saturday trying to arrange new employment for those laid-off drivers. Now, FedEx Ground is a $60 billion company. Patton's worth is in the low millions. More than 60,000 drivers in FedEx Ground uniforms work for the company's 6,000 contractors. So Patton's route comprises less than half of 1% of their network, according to FedEx Ground. Why did they do this? Well, FedEx Ground acted after Patton threatened on August 20th. We shared this story last week, a speech threatening to shut down his operations on the day after Thanksgiving. This was in a speech to other FedEx contractors at a conference in Las Vegas. Patton hinted that other contractors should also consider refusing to deliver on that day, of course, otherwise known as Black Friday. Patton called it Purple Friday, kind of referencing the color of the FedEx Ground logo from the other FedEx divisions. Now, Bendel says Patton may have overplayed his hand. FedEx Ground probably considered his speech kind of an ultimatum, which in effect it was. So in any case, the threat and the contractors issue, it actually became news. Patton did win a lot of favorable publicity for the contractors' cause and for himself in the national business media, but it's not such a subliminal message, right? All right, it is 844-844-3388. We will return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, good morning, or good evening, I guess it would be there, to Todd, checking in from San Simon, Arizona. 79 degrees at this hour. Hello to Philip. Welcome back to YouTube. Yep. Thank you. See how long that lasts, right? Hello to Daniel. Morning. Not too bad weather out here in Tacoma, Washington today. There's Crazy Ray from West Michigan checking in for the best 5 hours in radio. 69 degrees at this hour. We head down to the Sunshine State. Morning from Richard there in Central Florida with 77 degrees. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Roy on board. Steve, have you heard anything about a world recession? Well, I guess, yeah, there's been on and off talk. Yeah, hell, 50% of the people in this country right now think we are in a recession. Technically, based on the age-old definition of 2 consecutive quarters down, we are, but nonetheless, the job numbers, the job openings, it's really confusing out there what's happening in this country. I can take you to the Breitbart update this past day where Jerome Powell, I guess he was trying to send a message as well. And ultimately, this is going to lead to definitely a slowdown economically in this country. It has to. It appears Jerome Powell's speech in Jackson Hole finally convinced investors that they could not fight the Fed. Major indexes fell for the 4th consecutive day on Wednesday. Dow Jones Industrial Average, the NASDAQ Composite, and the S&P 500 each closing out the month of August lower than they started the month as the sell-off erased gains from earlier in the month. Now, aside from, I guess, Friday's big decline, mostly the market has been moving down in an orderly manner, but the downward momentum has been relentless, so the losses have really begun to mount. The Dow is down 2,640 points, or 7.7%, since the mid-August highs. S&P 500 down by 8.1%. NASDAQ has lost just under 10% since August the 15th. We had been warning for weeks that investors were defying that age-old Wall Street maxim that you can't fight the Fed by bidding up stock prices. Chairman Powell has explained that monetary policy works through financial conditions. That is to say, when monetary policy is attempting to bring down inflation, it does so by making debt and capital costlier. This means interest rates rise and stock prices fall. So when stock prices are rising, they're basically sending a signal to the Fed that it needs to tighten even more. The Minneapolis Fed president explained in a recent interview on Bloomberg. He says, quote, "I certainly was not excited to see the stock market rallying after our last meeting because I know how committed we are to getting inflation down, and I somehow think the markets were misunderstanding that. I was actually happy to see how Powell's Jackson Hole speech was received. One way of interpreting the market's pre-Jackson Hole doubts about how tight financial conditions would get. Investors doubted the Fed's commitment. Indeed, many analysts have openly forecast that the Fed's going to back down on their inflation fight in the U.S. If the U.S. finds itself in a significant economic slump next year, but apparently the word from Powell is that's not going to stop them. So, significant economic slump. What does that translate into? Powell's speech and comments from other Fed officials since then seem specifically designed to banish any doubts that they're going to continue to tighten. That's why Powell emphasized the pain that higher interest rates would inflict on businesses and households. Pretty much telling you in advance, all right. If that answers your question, Roy, I don't know. Sounds to me like that's kind of forecasting when they say significant economic downturn. How would you translate that? Back to the phones there. Meanwhile, hello, 5-7 on board. What's happening?
Well, I'm currently on top of a load of shavings right now, trying to get to the other end of the trailer, pulling this here tarp, sinking down to about my knees. So, caught me, so I'm a little winded, but that's okay. I want to give you a report from the news out of Augusta, Georgia. See, I do it safely. I'm 40 miles inside the state of South Carolina, so, but all my news comes out of Augusta.
Okay.
The Herschel Walker thing. I don't know how much you guys get out information they're putting out on him. Of course, they've been running where he's, bragging that he worked with the FBI and was in their training program. Immediately comes up, FBI says he has never been there. I worked with the police, Cobb County Police, I believe. They said there's no record of him being there. And this morning, or last night, I have my coffee and they got a new one out. It shows him holding, or a reenactment of a man holding a gun to a woman's head. And apparently he beat his wife and the whole 9 yards. So it will be a miracle if the man ever gets elected with that kind of news, which sort of to me is, do you really want anybody in there that's that stupid to run for office with that kind of baggage? I mean, they're going to come at you like that. He would have been best off right off the bat, come on there and said he in the past he done some stupid things and showed the videos and owned up to what he did and said, did he get treatment? Did he? Because the liberals love going to rehab. Went down, he should have got out in front of it in the first place. And I guess Trump is endorsing him. So I don't know. It don't look good. If it does, the only reason why he'll be there is because of the fact that Warnock is a vote for Nancy Pelosi, period. Now also, the news, seemed like a errant FBI agent being walked out that has ties to all the shenanigans. And mind you, all the multi-millions upon $1,000,000 shenanigans to the taxpayers of American people. Not a word. not a word. They were still referencing the Mar-a-Lago raid, and that he had items, that he shouldn't have had, but yet not a word about Bill Clinton's stock, Troy. Judicial Watch sued to try, to attack Bill Clinton on that, and the judge ruled that Bill Clinton is entitled to the stuff that he had, and a president can declassify what he wants to declassify.
Right.
So,
right.
That's what's coming out of Georgia. That's what we're facing. Of course, Augusta, it's a liberal town, so they're going to give liberal news. It's how come when you talk to some of these people, they're not listening to Steve Summers Overnight Drive. They're not watching the little clips left and right for conservatives. So it's up to these people. It's up to everybody to educate themselves on this stuff. And I try not to get on Facebook too much with it. I got a political site that I do get on because I still got some liberal family in Florida. And they're very quiet, by the way. Whenever the election for Biden was coming up, they were very vocal, but they surely haven't had much to brag about lately.
You think?
So,
okay. Well, I got the scoop on the Herschel Walker thing. I see from NBC News that I guess that ad started running on Wednesday. Let me jump out. I only have about a minute before news break, so real quick here. Let's see. Herschel Walker has repeatedly threatened to kill his ex-wife. That's the voice of the narrator for this 30-second ad from an organization that's closely affiliated with none other than Chuck Schumer and his Senate Majority PAC, a group by the name of Georgia Honor. The ad shared first with NBC News, started airing Wednesday, and is part of a $33 million advertising blitz that's going to be running through Election Day to make sure he does not win. This the first substantial effort by national Democrats to amplify abuse allegations against Walker. Of course, Walker easily won his Republican primary in May, despite his rivals' attempts at the time to call attention to his baggage, warning that it could be a liability when the general election rolls around. Walker's threats and alleged menacing behavior towards his ex-wife and other women date all the way to at least 2001, according to police records. Walker was never criminally charged, but he and the girlfriend at the time discussed several incidents publicly after his memoir in 2008 described his being diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, or DID, formerly known as multiple personality disorder. Walker has said he developed, alter egos to deal with stress and trauma. And he noted how memory loss is actually a symptom of DID. Now, a close ally of former President Trump, Walker aiming to unseat Senator Raphael Warnock, a very competitive race that this could be one of the determining factors, who controls the Senate. Latest polls say Walker and Warnock are statistically tied in the state of Georgia, but this is how it works. You got a $33 million advertising blitz. So people are going to see this and have negativity in regards to Walker in their minds. Undoubtedly. That's the goal of political advertising. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. A new federal report says U.S. life expectancy took a sharp decline during the pandemic. Researchers with the National Center for Health Statistics say the average life expectancy of Americans plunged in 2020 and in 2021 from 79 years to 76. The report says it's the sharpest two-year decline in the U.S. in nearly 100 years. It says the biggest drop in life expectancy was among Native Americans and Alaska Natives, whose average lifespans were cut short by 4 years during the pandemic. International aid agencies struggling to help hundreds of thousands of people displaced by deadly floods in Pakistan have asked for the loosening of restrictions on imports of food from Pakistan's old rival, India. Unusually heavy monsoon rains have triggered floods that have submerged a third of Pakistan and killed more than 1,100 people, including 380 children. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Former President Donald Trump and his advisors repeatedly failed to turn over highly classified government documents, even after receiving a subpoena and pledging that a diligent search had been conducted, leading to an FBI raid of his Mar-a-Lago home that found more than 100 additional classified items, according to a blistering court filing by federal prosecutors. When agents conducted their court-ordered search on August 8th, they found material so sensitive that even the FBI counterintelligence personnel and DOJ attorneys conducting the review required additional government clearances before they were permitted to review certain documents. The Food and Drug Administration Wednesday authorized updated COVID boosters from both Pfizer and Moderna. Both shots target the Omicron subvariants BA4 and BA5, which make up virtually all new cases in the U.S. Pfizer's new booster is approved for anyone 12 years old and older, and Moderna's to anyone 18 and up, both at least 2 months after the person's last COVID shot. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRoute. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Lawyers for former President Donald Trump on Wednesday responded to the Justice Department in the dispute over Trump's request for a special master to review materials the FBI seized at his Mar-a-Lago estate. In it, his lawyers make the basis for an argument against illegal search and seizure. In the DOJ's filing Tuesday night, it provided a sworn written statement from a Trump attorney earlier in the summer that all of the documents the government had been seeking had been returned. Former federal prosecutor Ken Namaday says going into Thursday's hearing, the DOJ has a pretty strong argument. The president had his facts wrong.
President Biden, during a political campaign speech in Pennsylvania Tuesday, gave his followers some misinformation.
Do you realize the bullet out of an AR-15 travels 5 times as rapidly as a bullet shot out of any other gun?
A June study by Field and Stream looked at the fastest cartridges, and AR-15 rounds did not make their list. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
John Eastman has appeared before the Fulton County Grand Jury investigating former President Donald Trump's efforts to overturn 2020 election in Georgia, according to a statement released Wednesday by his attorneys. Eastman was advised to assert attorney-client privilege and the constitutional right to remain silent where appropriate, the statement says. Out of respect for grand jury secrecy, we will not disclose the substance of the questions or testimony. We wish to thank the grand jurors for their support, it adds. This is USA Radio News.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, back at it here. Round number 2 as we cross into a Thursday, first day of September. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Had a conversation with a couple of guys from Gold Eagle this past day, our new parent company. Chris can probably break down how things are going when he joins us tomorrow evening on the program. But learning a bit about some of their products, of course, one of the mainstays is a product known as Stay-Bil. Getting to be that time of year where you start finishing up the yard work, putting away some of the lawn mowers, the tractors, maybe done with the summer parade, so your classic car is going to be going in the garage for months and months. For over 60 years, Stay-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generate anything that may have sitting around with the gas in it. Stay-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in the fuel system. So there you go. Store your engine the right way with Stay-Bil. Find that in retailers all over the country. All right, we were mentioning Herschel Walker there as we wrapped things up in hour number 1. Buckeye Boy is from Georgia. He points out Warnock and the left have been trying to smear Herschel for months now. It's the same with Governor Kemp by Stacey Abrams and her George Soros-affiliated groups right now. Hello to Tank, checking in this morning. 97 degrees here in Barstow, California. You're in the heart of the heat wave, aren't you? Headed back east towards the home 20 and hopefully some cooler weather there. Yep, guarantee it'll be cooler. Get off to the east, but yeah, it is blazing out west. Matter of fact, let's get you an update there. Forecasters been warning for days that temperatures are going to peak in the Northwest, in the Pacific Northwest by today, Thursday. But it will continue to grow stronger in parts of the Southwest and the Great Basin right on through Labor Day weekend. Going to send temperatures in excess of 100 degrees out west, including California, where they've been discussing ways to avoid blackouts. In the desert Southwest, temperatures well in excess of 110. Highs could reach an astonishing 125 degrees in Death Valley in the coming days. So we have excessive heat warnings in place from parts of Arizona, Nevada, Southern and Central California that will remain in place through September the 4th, Monday evening, 8 p.m. local time. That's kind of an indicator just how intense this long-lasting heat is going to last. An impressive ridge of high pressure is building across the west, and that's allowing temperatures to rise steadily with each passing day. Daily high temperature records are forecast to fall as days of dry conditions will prolong the intense heat across the area. Of course, if you're going to be outdoors, the risk associated with this heat will be even more concerning than other heat waves because this is going to be happening through Labor Day weekend, a holiday weekend where lots of people spend more time outdoors and maybe less aware of the heat risks. AccuWeather Chief Meteorologist John Porter notes that many tourists and vacationers are going to be visiting these impacted areas this holiday weekend. Some of these visitors may be less accustomed to this extreme heat. Meanwhile, the heat wave is already underway across the Northwest, with the peak expected as we change the calendar today to September, Thursday, September 1. Now, Spokane, Washington, you tied your daily record high of 100 yesterday. It was the sixth 100-degree day in the city this year. Boise, Idaho, a temperature of 106 recorded yesterday. That broke the current daily record of 102 from about 19 years ago. We're talking 20 degrees higher than normal there in Boise, Idaho. All right, it's warm across the West, and obviously that's why we've got the excessive heat warnings and heat advisories, but a lengthy period of time. And in some cases, your overnight lows may not even drop to 90. If you could imagine that. Talk about the heat being on. Our number, 844-844-3388. And who we got? Would that be JR on the line, I believe?
Yeah, what's going on, Steve? Heading out here to Peoria with my groceries. Big K there. Hey, that guy looking for fan belts. I needed a fan belt for my clutch fan on my KW. And they said it's going to be a week or two before they can get it. So the shop said, well, call O'Reilly Auto Parts. If you get a part number, call O'Reilly Part, and they'll get it. I said, yeah, right. I called them, give them a part number, and by God, they had it the next morning.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Yeah, that or Napa, one of them two. But O'Reilly had it. As long as you get a part number, the right part number you need, they can look it up, and I guess they carry the stuff. I'm surprised. So tell me he might do that.
Definitely. Give it a try. Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, we've been slow. Our stores they're not sending as much out like they used to. I don't know if people just ain't buying or what it is right now, but it's been slow for us.
So you're saying like grocery sales are down? You think it may be because the costs are up and people aren't buying as much?
Yeah, I think so. Our stores are. I deliver over in Peoria for Kroger, and there's just a lot of them. They all used to get full load of perishable loads, but we take perishable over there.
Mm-hmm.
Frozen meat and dairy, and they're barely getting half the trucks anymore. We got at least 2 or 3 stores on here every night where they're not getting much. So I don't know. Plus they ain't got no help. They can't hire they can't get people to come in to hire. They hire them and they quit, but they're only paying minimum wage, So that's hard to get people to come in there when you got other places paying more. But I've been driving them over 30 years, that owner. And something I never thought I'd see was about 2 months ago. Kroger's paying for our fuel now.
Really?
They're paying 100% of our fuel. I don't know if they thought we got fuel in our yard. They get from the pilot delivers it. I don't know if they're on a contract. They got it locked in, and they figure it's probably cheaper to keep paying a high fuel surcharge or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, about 2 months ago, they decided they're paying all our fuel, even for everybody there, even the other companies working there.
Wow.
That's something I thought I'd never see. So I was only paying $200-300 a week for fuel anyway because of fuel surcharge, but I don't know. Makes you wonder how they think they're saving money, I guess. So, but Gator's retired. I think he gave it up.
Is that right?
He'd been hurt. Yeah, he was hurt. He got hurt there over a year ago, whatever, and he never did get back to 100%. So that's why you don't hear from him no more. He's retired, sitting up there on that mountain there in Kentucky up there.
Okay, all right. I've been wondered about him. I thought he used to at least, every month or so he'd just maybe check in briefly just to say hey.
Yeah, he's joined his grandkids and everything looks like on Facebook now. I talked to his brother. That's what he said. He still had some surgeries to do, wasn't recovering, and he was old enough to retire. So he was giving it up, which I don't blame him. But now, like I said, that O'Reilly Auto Parts, I was surprised. Oh, that guy's listening. He might get lucky.
All right, that's worth a try. Yeah, just just takes a few minutes to make a phone call, right?
Yeah, as long as he's got the part number, that's what they wanted.
Okay.
And I called Kenworth. They gave me the part number. I couldn't believe it. They had it next morning. So, but that's about it. We're just out here listening to you every night. Don't call in much. So
I know. It was like April 22nd last time you gave us a call. It's been a while, brother.
Yeah, I don't call very much. I listen to you though. But yeah. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on out here. Tell you, I got another 6 months, and I'm getting out of my truck. I'm gonna give it up. I'm gonna become a company driver. I'm just tired of owning my own truck.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I'll be 60 years old next May, so I got to start trying to get some retirement going there or something. I mean, hell, this year here, it's been a bad year for me. My truck keeps breaking down. I was down for 2.5 weeks on my I-beam. The kingpin went out, and the axe doctor come in. He couldn't fix it. So I had to order an I-beam. That took a week. And once they got it, and then there's a little bitty stuff that goes in it, needed parts. And, it was unreal. They just don't they ain't got nothing in stock anymore.
And I don't know what the cause of that is. I mean, is it all these parts that come out of China, the China lockdowns that had been going on for so long that we just ran out of inventory on everything? I don't get it.
Yeah, our shop's got like Volvos and Max, and they're having trouble getting parts for the Volvo Max. They got some of them said it'll take 6 months to get it.
Wow.
So they've got trucks parked out there because they can't get parts. Man, it's scary. You break down. You just don't know if you're going to get your parts or not.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, Monkey Gouger had an experience with that a few weeks ago. You're trying to improvise to get back on the road.
Yeah. Like I said, it was 2.5 weeks to get that front end fixed. And, man, that like to kill me. So, I don't know. Yeah, I've been doing it for over 30 years. You know, I'm about to just give up owning an own truck. Company drivers are making just as much as I am and getting benefits. That's bad, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You got people making as much as you are, and you own your own truck. You work more than they do. It's just, it's time to just give it up.
Yeah, I could hear Big Moose saying, well, you know, your problem, JR, is you're hauling the wrong crap. You got to, what's his net motto? You got to haul the stuff that nobody else wants to haul, he says.
Yeah, well, I'm making money, but I'm spending more money right now on this truck. I've got 900,000 miles on her now.
Yeah.
It's that time where everything just goes, you know.
And at this point in time, you don't want to invest in a new truck or a high-price used truck, right?
Yeah, I was looking at used trucks, 18s and 19s. They want $120,000 to $160,000, and they got almost 500,000 miles.
Isn't that insane?
You guys got to be nuts.
That's crazy.
I can't believe people are buying them trucks. And then the newer trucks are over $200,000. Man, I can remember when I bought in 1999, I bought a brand new Volvo 770. I gave $100,000 for it. I thought, man, that was an awful lot. But look at them now. I mean, I don't know how people afford them.
It's called inflation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called, they want to stick it to you, just like cars. Same way. Yeah, I can't wait till these electric cars come out. How people going to afford that crap?
Yeah, well, don't go to California because you don't plug your car in today. We ain't got enough juice.
Yeah, well, Kroger's got them now. Our stores there where I live got them. Hell, it's amazing. People's got Teslas. They go shopping, they plug them in.
Yep.
It's free right now. I thought, man, there's more of them out there than you think, I guess.
The numbers are growing, but I think it's still only like 7% of the vehicles sold in the country. I guess the numbers from last year, but that they say that's going to change.
I can see it buying one to just run around the house, local, but not on vacation. I don't know how you gonna take one on vacation? You only get 300 or 400 miles, and how long it takes 10 hours to charge or more. That's just it's gonna take you forever to get there.
Yeah, it's not 10 hours in the superchargers, but you're paying more at the superchargers. Yeah. Problem is, also it's just the base cost of just to buy an electric vehicle. Those I've got an update on that here. We'll get to coming up in a bit as well.
Yeah, I used to talk about that Chevy Volt. How much it costs in batteries?
Yeah, dude paid $29 grand for a damn battery in that thing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it only had 70,000 miles on it.
Yeah. I wonder how much for that was charged to get rid of the batteries. They say that's a big cost too. So, yeah, I don't see how that's going to work.
Well, JR, it's good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Don't be a stranger, all right? Stay in touch.
Talk to you later. Okay.
Have a great morning. Get a quick 2-minute timeout on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get back to your calls here in just a moment. Yeah, I hear you. Craig sends me an email, by the way. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Steve, people in California pay all that money for their electric vehicle, and they're telling them not to charge? Are you kidding me? No. What happens if the owner of an electric car has an emergency, can't use their car? And they want all vehicles electric by 2035. What happens to the grid when every vehicle's electric? Well, the answer to that question is exactly what's happening to the grid right this damn moment. They ain't got enough juice to go around. That's what happens. They're going to have to. I mean, California, obviously, right now, they probably have the most electric cars per capita of any state in the country. You know, they're all about the green. I get you. But, yeah, California's grid operator asking residents to avoid using electricity as much as possible. Keep your air conditioner high. Do not charge your electric vehicles. That call went out yesterday from 4 till 9 p.m. The statement goes on. With excessive heat in the forecast across much of the state and the western U.S., the grid operator is expecting high demand, particularly from air conditioning use, and they're calling for voluntary conservation to help balance supply and demand. To minimize discomfort and help with grid stability, you're encouraged to pre-cool your homes and use major appliances and charge your electronic vehicles before 4 in the afternoon, when conservation begins to become critical. Now, Cornell University's College of Engineering says, the fact is most people charge their electric car when they get home from work in the evening. And electricity demand is at its peak. If left unmanaged, the power demanded from many electric vehicles charging simultaneously in the evening will amplify the existing peak loads, potentially outstripping the grid's capacity to meet demand. Now, the system operators warned if weather or grid conditions get worse, we may issue a series of emergency notifications, and we may have to resort to rolling blackouts. The power grid operator expects to call on Californians for a voluntary emergency conservation now through the entire upcoming long Labor Day weekend. All right, I've been beating that drum forever and a day. Good, I guess we've got a moment here we could touch on this. The Biden administration, of course, in June. The goal is to build a network of 500,000 electric vehicle chargers along highways and in communities. Supposedly part of the infrastructure law. Right now, pressing Congress to provide tax credits that make electric vehicles more affordable. While the government's spending billions of dollars to promote electric vehicles, most Americans still do not consider them practical. The new Rasmussen poll, National Telephone and Online Survey, just released yesterday, said only 28% of American adults believe electric cars today are practical for most drivers. 54% think they are not practical. 18%, I'm not sure, I don't know. Those numbers have not really changed since all the way back in March. This particular poll conducted August 17th and 18th by Rasmussen Reports. So there you go. Plus or minus 3 percentage points. But 54%, that more than half the American people say they're not practical. And of the 18% who say, I don't know. So even if it's half of the 18, you got 60% plus. And we get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. The water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi is so bad the state's governor says quality standards for the city's drinking water will have to take a back seat for now. Governor Tate Reeves in a press conference Wednesday said crews are doing round-the-clock emergency repairs at the damaged O.B. Curtis water treatment plant to get clean water running as soon as possible. But with many people still getting no water pressure at all, standards for what comes out of the tap will have to be flexible.
The state's experts are in command at O.B. Curtis, assessing the system's needs and fixing the problems they identify. I'm here to make sure they get what they need and that we go as quickly as we can.
Democrat Mary Peltola won the special election for Alaska's only U.S. House seat on Wednesday, besting a field that included Republican Sarah Palin, who was seeking a political comeback in the state where she was once governor. This is USA Radio News.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. Audio effects do not simulate actual hearing aid experience. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With hearing aids from Lively, everything is done remotely in the comfort of your home, from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. With Lively, you get premium Bluetooth-enabled hearing aids at thousands less than you might expect. Advanced hearing aid technology is now affordable and convenient. Your hearing aids are sent right to your door. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week for 3 years. No charge.
Oh, you people at Lively are wonderful.
With Lively hearing aids, you get free shipping, 3 years of follow-up care included free, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage. You can't lose.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
And now through Labor Day, get $300 off all rechargeable hearing aid models. Just go to listenlively.com. That's listenlively.com. listenlively.com.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see here. Got an email from our old friend, the Rambler, who's actually on vacation right now. Said, Steve, my brother in Christ, on vacation till September 6th. I've been trying to catch what I can of the overnight drive during the day on the podcast. But the loyal listeners of the overnight drive messaged me, told me about an email you read from a listener known as Lucky Penny. Kind of told me the situation. I went back and listened for myself, and what her email contained, truth be told, broke my heart. You see, many years ago, I had an Uncle Cecil, had a stroke so bad that it left him paralyzed on one side of his body and lost his ability to speak, bedridden. Steve, my uncle lived like that for 5 years before God called him home. Lucky Penny said her brother had a stroke that's left him paralyzed from the neck down. Well, I want Lucky Penny to know that, first of all, our Lord loves her. And second, that I love him as well. And I'll be putting their names on our prayer list. Thirdly, keep your faith in our Lord and know that he is with you all during this difficult time. Jesus is still a miracle healing God and still in the healing business. There's someone at our church that's actually been praying for that was supposed to pass away in October with stage 4 cancer. Steve, he went to his oncologist last week, and he's over 95% cancer-free. Oncologist has no explanation other than it must have been God. So, everybody in the Overnight Drive Nation, please behave yourselves. Stay and drive safe. Old Brother Rambler loves you, and I'm praying for y'all. All right. Hopefully you're enjoying your vacation there, Rambler. Thank you for checking in. All right, Eagle, got you coming up here. Let me get to Rubber Duck first here. Rubber Duck on board. What's happening?
Oh, how you doing, old man?
I can't complain.
So, you were asking if things are slowing down, and your grocery said it best. He says we're not buying anything. We can't buy it because it's not there when we go to. Okay, can I say the name Kroger without getting in trouble? Because that's our major store next to Walmart. But both of them, we had a freezer fire at our Walmart, and they had to bring in refrigerator trucks. We didn't have any food in our Walmart for 3 days. And they ran the Kroger out, but nothing ever stocked back up. But also our Kroger used to have a person behind the meat counter. You could look at a steak, you could look at shish kebab, shrimp, fish, whatever. They would package that for you. Maybe 1 out of every 25 trips. That's staffed at our store up there. It's like the car dealers too. I had a first today. I called a dealership and asked to speak to the person that handled the exchanges because I was picking up a whole load, and they never called me back. 8 minutes later, this girl's calling me back. She says, as soon as FedEx gets here with the check, I will call you back. Well, that was 20 minutes later, and she called me back. She said, You can come on in. They'll be ready for you whenever you get here. Oh, yeah, because she needed to get rid of them because my guy paid for them.
Mm-hmm.
And they had them on floor plan. So things are getting slow, but they were nice cars. They're want a blue Hellcat Charger? No miles on it there, buddy? I can work you a deal.
I bet you can, yeah.
I bet you I can make that $10,000 dealer markup go away that this dealer had on it, and they're 2 miles up the road from the Chrysler plant. And boy, is that the most miserable drive I've ever had in my life, is trying to get up to Southfield, Michigan, up that road, Michigan, with all the construction they were doing. I think it took me more time to go 25 miles than it did to do 100 to get there. But and while we're on the electric cars, what happened to who financed and talked Pilot Flying J into putting those big, are they CNG? Were they straight natural gas? But I don't know what there's the trucks that are running on the different fuels with the big stacks behind them.
Yeah.
But they took away the truck. They took away the truck parking about 2010-ish. They started building these big towers like they have at UPS with the tanks and stuff in them, and I've still never seen anybody fueling one. Nor did they build any more after the initial run. And then the big run was on to the windmills to generate the electricity. And so now we have all our toll roads rebuilding their parking lots to put charging stations in for cars, but they're wanting everybody to get trucks to do this too, but they're not putting anything in for the trucks. It's a sham. It's a sham, huh?
Well, as far as the electric trucks, I mean, there's not a whole lot. I mean, everybody's working on them, but there's not a lot available yet. The Tesla.
They're on truck paper. They're on truck paper right now. If you looked at cab over trucks, you would be surprised. There are some imported electric trucks that are well over $300,000 for a truck that has I think it was a 250-mile range, for like port work. But once you put a load underneath it, that's not that. I don't think that truck can work at 80,000-pound capacity. I mean, okay, we see this. A driver that can use the governor that is his foot, works through the construction, and gets back up to speed, and a driver that has to drive his truck to every little bit of the mile an hour that it will go, including through the construction to where he has to make an unsafe move and pass the other driver on the right, and then going downhill thinks he's going to pass somebody, and then when the speed limit opens back up, watches that driver pull away because I have 18 more mile an hour than him.
Mm-hmm.
And that was before I went into the next gear. I don't know how much I have with my foot all the way down in the top gear because I don't need to go that fast in the truck. Where I go, the best speed limit I'm allowed to run is 70 mile an hour. But his mentality is his inertia is, I'm going to run out of steam. I've got to keep going as fast as I'm going. I got off the exit ramp and was headed down to the house and didn't even see him. And I know he's coming to the same town, but it's the range between the two are going to be strange when you have a load on and when you don't have a load on. But we went the wrong way with that. But anyway, the deal with the FedEx guys, that's very, very interesting because when we first went as what they called lease operators, working for a guy that owned 40 trucks leased to one of the car hauler companies, the Teamsters tried to get us to organize, but they couldn't because we were working for an owner-operator who had leased himself back to the carrier. And then those people made each one of us set up our own business to where we had taxes and everything taken out with an accountant.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't 1099 us, but they made us employees of our own little business leased back to him. So they said that those were against rules of trying to organize Teamsters. But I also remember back in the days there were Teamsters that owned their own trucks, especially on the car hauler side. I don't know why. I don't know what changed or why it changed. That's probably drivers that are long gone and couldn't tell us that story. But those FedEx guys are standing up for something that's right. They're probably getting abused and probably asking to be pushed and pushed and pushed because they've got somebody else with a big curve thing on the side of their trailer getting bigger and pushing them and threatening, to take their work and add more trucks. Every time you turn around, Amazon's adding more trucks than anybody else. His own trucks, to where he's going away from, it seems like they're going away from contractors and hiring company drivers.
Mm-hmm.
But it's more for the big city short stuff than I see on the road. But
well, like I said, when I shared that story earlier about FedEx, yeah, Freight Waves also. The story I had was from Landline, and I think it was John Bendel. Yeah, Freight Waves. I guess the patent hasn't had much to say, but just I guess simply that to end a relationship, this is a clear case of a $60 billion corporation silencing anyone with a voice, he said. I mean, I guess they're playing hardball, right? Yeah, tossing their, quote, most militant delivery driver contractor out of the game. Patton oversaw a network called Patton Logistics. 275 trucks, 225 employees. So those employees are right now out of a job. Yeah, Patton, like all other FedEx ground contractors, operated across designated territories under contracts that run 12 to 18 months. They use a non-union contractor model to pick up and deliver packages and provide line haul services between their hubs. Entities are required to purchase the right to operate the territories and are free to sell those rights as well. But again, I guess FedEx pretty much says we acknowledge that there are challenges facing the contractor network. If they can submit proposals to renegotiate their contracts. Patton argued that the company didn't even respond to his request to renegotiate contracts, and they deny many of the requests that they do respond to. But, I guess he was, what they call it, a rather polarizing figure in the FedEx ground ecosystem. And he was drawing an awful lot of support. That conference in Las Vegas had about 3,500 people in attendance and thousands more that were watching and listening virtually. I don't know if this will be the end game or if this is just going to maybe spark anger. Will other contractors respond in kind and jump in trying to support the like of Patton's voice? Or will they say, I don't want to find myself in that situation without a contract, right? We shall see. 9 before the hour here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back to the calls we go here at 844-844-3388. How's your week going, Eagle? Haven't heard from you.
Yeah, I've been busy the last couple of days, Steve. Yeah, last time I talked to you, Steve, I told you I was going to Daytona. And I think I might be officially up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Yeah, I might be officially done with NASCAR, Steve, after what I saw on Sunday afternoon. You know me, Steve. I don't bite my tongue when I say what I want to say, and I expect other people to do the same. And I'm very disappointed in the drivers and the team owners of some of the NASCAR teams. And I'm talking about the accident that happened almost at the end of the race, when it started raining and the track got wet. And you had 10 to 15 cars go into the wall. They lost grip of the track. Now, here's the deal, Steve. You got cars traveling over 200 miles an hour, and Daytona is a big track. I was at the race on Saturday. On Sunday. On some ends of the track, it could be raining. Yep. It could be raining on one side of the track, and on the other side is no rain. Okay. Now the drivers said that they didn't feel no rain or anything as they came around the track. But some drivers are saying that they did have moisture on their windshields. Okay, now, here's the deal. I'm not blaming NASCAR for the rain. Nobody can stop that. But what I am blaming them for is trying to silence the drivers and not let the drivers voice their opinion about what actually happened and the safety issue. Denny Hamlin is like a spokesman. Has been in the game for a while. He was trying to speak up, and they tried to quiet the guy. While the guy was on TV, Steve, he was doing a live interview, and the guy from NASCAR kept saying that this interview needs to come to an end. That is lightning outside. He just kept making up excuses so Denny Hamlin couldn't say what he wanted to say. This is a safety issue. You can't have cars traveling 200 miles an hour on a wet track. Luckily somebody didn't get hurt real bad or killed. And then besides the point, Steve, these vehicles, some of these cars are very expensive vehicles, and the Daytona car is going to be very expensive because has to go through all kind of testing with the wind tunnel to make sure that it's, that it's going to cut through the wind and get the top speed out of it. So all these cars were ruined because somebody failed to make the right move and set the race down. And millions of dollars were lost by these teams. And like I said before, the thing I don't like about it is that they tried to quiet the drivers and they didn't want the NASCAR, didn't allow the drivers to voice their opinion, and they should have an opinion. Their life and safety is on the line as far as I'm concerned. So as of right now, I'm probably going to be through with NASCAR because, like I said, I can't deal with people that don't express their opinions, Steve, because there's no excuse for NASCAR to cover these guys like this. So I'm through with NASCAR at this point. Now, let's move on to another situation that's even more disgusting, and that goes right back to what I talked to you last week about this another busload, Steve, busloads of people from Texas, illegals, whatever you want to call them, are still arriving in New York City. Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, has been sending busloads of these people up to New York and Washington, D.C. Only problem I have with Greg Abbott, Steve, is that only thing he's doing wrong in the situation, he needs to have that bus. Instead of having that bus head north, that bus needs to be heading directly south and taking them people right back where they come from. That's where Greg Abbott is going wrong, Steve. Instead of loading them people on that bus and sending them north towards Washington and New York, he needs to turn that bus around and send them straight back down to El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and any other city that they come from, as far as I'm concerned. Because this is ridiculous what's going on, Steve. Joe Biden and American people, why they're not taking a stance, I'm just fed up with it. It's been over 2 years now, and Joe Biden still hasn't came down to Texas or Arizona, New Mexico, none of the border states, and checked out the situation and see what the hell's going on. And the reason why he ain't coming, because he doesn't care about the U.S. security and safety of the border. And like I say, we already don't talk about this international terrorists. We got monkeypox. We got the coronavirus. We got all kind of viruses. That virus you never heard of before. And the idiots still don't shut the border down. So, like I said before, if anybody that doesn't know that Biden doesn't care about now, you're either stupid or either you're ignorant as far as I'm concerned. I'm not going to bite my tongue in that situation. Now, let's go to another deal with the Herschel Walker deal. You were talking about him earlier. Herschel Walker, this guy here is a way better candidate. I don't care if Herschel Walker threatened his wife, this and that. He's the only man. You mean to tell me no other politician in Washington, D.C. has ever got into an argument with his wife, has never threatened his wife? I doubt it. So anybody that doesn't vote for Walker because of that, they're making a bad mistake, because I promise you he's a better candidate than Warnock. Anybody is better than a Democrat. I don't care what Herschel Walker did. Herschel Walker is going to be a better quality candidate than any Democrat that they can put up with in Georgia, as far as I'm concerned, Steve. Hopefully the people in Georgia will make the right decision and go ahead and vote for Herschel Walker, because anybody, he's affiliated with Donald Trump. Donald Trump endorsed the guy, so he can't be all of that. Anybody that's endorsing, anybody that Trump endorses, I'm standing behind. So like I said, people are Georgia, you better not make a mistake. You better go ahead and vote for Walker and get this man in the Senate and get this loser Warner, because he's not going to do nothing for Georgia. They've already talked about what this guy has done for Georgia, and it's absolutely zero, Steve. And that's what he's going to continue doing, because he's a Democrat, and that's what Democrats do for American people, and that's nothing. I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Yeah, breaking up a little there. All right, we're at, we hit the top of the hour, so we'll get our news update here. Yeah, Denny Hamlin, he pretty much came right out and squarely blamed NASCAR for being too slow to throw the caution flag. We'll see where he pointed that out over the weekend there at Daytona. And I guess yesterday he announced he's going to opt out of this weekend's Xfinity race, citing that he's still, I guess, too sore from the crash there at Daytona, which I'm sure he probably is. But news update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruccio reporting. A new federal report says U.S. life expectancy took a sharp decline during the pandemic. Researchers with the National Center for Health Statistics say the average life expectancy of Americans plunged in 2020 and in 2021 from 79 years to 76. The report says it's the sharpest two-year decline in the U.S. in nearly 100 years. It says the biggest drop in life expectancy was among Native Americans and Alaska Natives, whose average lifespans were cut short by 4 years during the pandemic. International aid agencies struggling to help hundreds of thousands of people displaced by deadly floods in Pakistan have asked for the loosening of restrictions on imports of food from Pakistan's old rival, India. Unusually heavy monsoon rains have triggered floods that have submerged a third of Pakistan and killed more than 1,100 people, including 380 children. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Former President Donald Trump and his advisors repeatedly failed to turn over highly classified government documents, even after receiving a subpoena and pledging that a diligent search had been conducted, leading to an FBI raid of his Mar-a-Lago home that found more than 100 additional classified items, according to a blistering court filing by federal prosecutors. When agents conducted their court-ordered search on August 8th, they found material so sensitive that even the FBI counterintelligence personnel and DOJ attorneys conducting the review required additional government clearances before they were permitted to review certain documents. The Food and Drug Administration Wednesday authorized updated COVID boosters from both Pfizer and Moderna. Both shots target the Omicron subvariants BA4 and BA5, which make up virtually all new cases in the U.S. Pfizer's new booster is approved for anyone 12 years old and older, and Moderna's to anyone 18 and up, both at least 2 months after the person's last COVID shot. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Lawyers for former President Donald Trump on Wednesday responded to the Justice Department in the dispute over Trump's request for a special master to review materials the FBI seized at his Mar-a-Lago estate. In it, his lawyers make the basis for an argument against illegal search and seizure. In the DOJ's filing Tuesday night, it provided a sworn written statement from a Trump attorney earlier in the summer that all of the documents the government had been seeking had been returned. Former federal prosecutor Ken Namaday says going into Thursday's hearing, the DOJ has a pretty strong argument. The president had his facts wrong.
President Biden, during a political campaign speech in Pennsylvania Tuesday, gave his followers some misinformation.
Do you realize the bullet out of an AR-15 travels 5 times as rapidly as a bullet shot out of any other gun?
A June study by Field and Stream looked at the fastest cartridges, and AR-15 rounds did not make their list. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
John Eastman has appeared before the Fulton County Grand Jury investigating former President Donald Trump's efforts to overturn 2020 election in Georgia, according to a statement released Wednesday by his attorneys. Eastman was advised to assert attorney-client privilege and the constitutional right to remain silent where appropriate, the statement says. Out of respect for grand jury secrecy, we will not disclose the substance of the questions or testimony. We wish to thank the grand jurors for their support, it adds. This is USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low
sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back here. Another hour underway on a Thursday. Yep, it is September. First day of September. Can't help but chuckle about the president's, I guess, the nod. I pulled up the Field and Stream report that they cited in that news break there. Field and Stream, one of the fastest rounds, fastest bullets, I guess. All right, here are the speed demons that I know about, it says. Number 1, the 220 Swift. To create this cartridge, Winchester necked down a case of breathtaking obscurity called the 6mm Lee Navy, which was briefly adopted by the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps for the straight pull M1895 Lee rifle. They were dropped. But either way, that is the fastest. Number 2, the 257 Weatherby Magnum. Number 3, the 3378 Weatherby. Number 4, the 224 Clark. See, number 5, the 22 Ergel-Splitten Loudenboomer. If I pronounced that right. I'll be honest, I'm not real up to speed on my ammo and cartridges and all that. I mean, some of these, let's see, 5 fastest cartridges. Few rifle rounds have cracked the 4,000 foot per second barrier. But we have produced some real screamers. So I guess whatever he was citing the other day is not even on the list there, apparently. The Field and Stream top 5. Okay. That's funny. Where can you get some real high-speed AR bullets there, Horse Feathers?
Oh, that's what I was calling to find out. I just wanted to know from our fearless leader. But, doesn't the AR and the AKs, don't they use like a 223 round? I think they use a 223 or I don't know, something in that nature. But it's not very, I don't know, from what I know, it's not the slowest bullet, but when you're in close range, how fast does your bullet have to travel 15 feet? I mean, when you're shooting people 8, 10, 15 feet point blank range in front of you, how fast does it have to go? Really, from what I remember from deer hunting and stuff, is you really don't want the projectile to be traveling real fast. You want it to have some kick, a little bit of impact, and I don't see why people are using these small rounds. I mean, why wouldn't you use a larger round? I mean, if you use a deer slug, which is really slow to begin with, but it's a 1 ounce projectile that's about 1 inch in diameter, and the times I've had it have an exit wound with a deer, it goes in at about 1 inch. It comes out somewhere around 4, 5, 6 inches in diameter on the backside. I mean, do you know what detriment that does on the way through?
Mm-hmm.
As it mushrooms out? And it's kind of like, I never understood, and maybe Pappy can explain why the law enforcement went to the 9mm. I don't know if it's because of cost efficiency or whatever, But I always thought the 45 was a little better stopping weapon. I mean, it doesn't go as fast, but it when it goes in, it mushrooms out more. It makes more carnage on the inside, from what I understand, than the 9mm does. A lot of times, a 9mm goes straight through.
I may be off here, and Pappy could probably, definitely clarify that. But I think the 45 was such a big, bulky, kind of heavy weapon. I guess, and
that could be, but I thought that the projectiles, like the 9mm projectiles, would go straight through, where a 45 only penetrates partially through, but as it's mushrooming out, it's causing more damage. So maybe they're using the 9mm, so it's a cleaner wound, so maybe they don't kill the people they're trying to shoot. I don't know, but anyways, I'm sure Gilligan will call in and all that. But our president at one time, before he was president, actually did promote the best weapon to use, because he said go out and grab your shotgun and go out on the back deck there and blast off a few rounds, if you remember that. But and that was a way to keep your burglars away. But I don't know. I don't understand why the sawed-off shotgun isn't the weapon of choice for all these shootings. But maybe I shouldn't say that in the air. Maybe somebody will take that up and realize that.
Yeah, bad idea.
Anyway, so I guess I missed the email you got there from Linda there, Lucky Penny. I heard you mention somebody else's email that had mentioned her in it there.
Rambler, yeah.
I guess it was Rambler, yeah.
She actually, she posted on, I think Facebook or YouTube, whatever she watches us on the other night. Yeah, she said, I guess she had spent like the last 2 weeks at the ICU. I think she said in Pittsburgh. Her brother had a massive stroke and is like paralyzed from the neck down, apparently. Not good.
No, wow, that's really too bad. And I haven't kept good enough contact with her. I always meant to, and since she lost Ranger Jack there, and they were out there on the cruise with us, so back in 19. So, but you couldn't ask for nicer people. So, I guess at some point I'll need to make a phone call then. But anyway, I don't know, not a whole lot other than that going on there. So it sounds like you're starting to get it back into all the political stuff here. It's starting to get kind of hot and heavy, and people are spending lots of money to try to make everybody else look bad. So I guess that's about normal politics. Hey, she had an ad pop up there from one of our local, one of the local little, just say like a county council type seat in that, and I really kind of railed him a little bit about, how everybody's just out for themselves in politics, and the only thing they worry about is being reelected so they can stay there and scam more money and steal more money from the people and lobbyists. And, you go into these offices, pretty much as a normal person with a normal bank account. Within a year, you're a multimillionaire. And he's like, well, I'm only running for county council. I don't see how I can be a multimillionaire. And I'm like, well, I don't know about that, but if you have any aspirations, I can just see the type. It's just, what do we see in politics, and what the general public and the people out in the world see as their politicians, whether you're running for dog catcher or you're running for the U.S. Congress, they don't like anybody in politics because it's pretty much a scam to the normal people.
I wonder what AOC's worth right about now. Because remember when she got elected, she didn't have enough money to even like move into her apartment there in D.C. or whatever. Just exactly. I'm flat ass broke. Now she's been there how many years? And I bet you she's got a pretty nice little nest egg built up.
Well, she's in the House of Representatives, right? So that's a 2-year term, and I don't know. Has she only been around the 2 years? Is she coming up for her first reelection, or has she actually been there for 4 and actually been reelected one? Because I thought after losing that whole,
I think she was there for 2 years. She actually got reelected. I think, was it last year? Yeah, she's been reelected once, and I don't know when she's coming back up for reelection.
Okay, because I thought with losing that whole Amazon world headquarters thing out of her district, going to Virginia, that that world headquarters too.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that would have put the nail in the coffin for the next election. But if she's already been reelected, I think that's been since then. I don't know. I guess maybe you can let your fingers do some walking on the keyboard for AOC and see what she's worth. Or maybe she doesn't claim that on her taxes. I don't know. She might not be claiming all that on her taxes. When was the last time she had a tax return, Your Honor? Can we see it? Can we ask her for her tax return? Oh boy, I bet you not. I bet you she won't want to. I bet you she won't want to hand that out. I bet you she doesn't want to hand out her driver's license when she goes to vote. What do you think? You think she's going to have a problem showing her ID when she goes to vote?
She don't need no stinking ID. Everybody knows who AOC is. She's serving. She's been there since 2019.
Okay, so she must have been reelected once, and she's coming up, her third year then? It's got to be pretty close to having to be reelected again because she's only 2 years at a time.
Yeah.
She was elected in 19. She started in 20, 21, 22. Does that mean she's up for reelection now so she can go back in 23? 22, I mean?
I'll have to do some more Google searching. I'm not sure when she's up. So
I don't know. I can't add right now, and I don't have all 5 fingers on each hand to use this time to be able to count on my fingers.
I mean, hell, she may be running for president.
There you go. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yep.
So, all right, Your Honor. Well, I guess we'll let you go with that, and maybe we'll do some more other background information checks and stuff. So, but that's about all we got for you. It's clear sky tonight, and I guess tomorrow's still supposed to be up to another 90-degree day. Can't get rid of this 90-degree heat. So, I guess all the people in the swimming pools, them cement ponds there, I guess they're all happy. So,
we are looking forward to another pretty decent pool weekend here for our Labor Day weekend. Yes. All right. Thank you much. Horse Feathers, have a good morning. I guess it's a predicament we'd all like to find ourselves in, right? You pull up your bank account online and you do a double take. When did I get that $10 million deposit? Where'd that come from? Now, what do? Do you call the bank immediately, or do you just kind of sit back and, wait a few weeks, and if nothing changes, say, hell, I guess I could go on a spending spree. That's pretty much what happened to this woman in Australia. Cryptocurrency exchange Crypto.com mistakenly deposited $10.5 million directly into her bank account when they were supposed to deposit a $100 refund. According to 7 News Australia, a Melbourne woman received the giant paycheck in May of last year, and it took several months for Crypto.com to actually discover the error. Extraordinarily, the plaintiffs allegedly did not realize this error until 7 months later. They didn't discover it till damn near Christmas time of that year. According to the judge, the woman is being sued by the crypto giant for they want their money back. The only problem is some of it obviously has already been spent. She used $1.35 million of those funds to purchase a 5-bedroom home for her sister. Crypto.com has since taken legal action against both sisters. The luxury home has been ordered to be sold, although other legal proceedings regarding the situation are scheduled to resume in the month of October. That's wild. Crypto.com has come under fire by some crypto investors in the wake of the now infamous commercial featuring Matt Damon entitled "Fortune Favors the Brave." Since the ad's debut in October of last year, prices for Bitcoin are down nearly 70%. Ethereum prices have been cut in half. I don't know, are they trying to say it's his fault or what? Fortune favors the brave. All right, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, almost caught up on the phones here, so we got plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Who might this be?
Charge! Charge!
What do you say, Tex? What's going on?
Same old deal, Steve. Hey, I just like to give a few people a shout out this morning. I'd like to shout out to Redo and his wife. I ain't talked to them in the spell. And old Lauren Wise out there, baby. Haul them bulls, buddy. All I can say, I need some meat down here in Tennessee. And now, Steve, I went up yonder at that daggum posting office yesterday. I got one of them little stickers on the mailbox says, you have mail. So, I went off up yonder, and I want to give a big shout-out to old Scarecrow. I got me a care package from Scarecrow yesterday.
How about that?
Yeah, buddy. He sent me some of them long-neck blast adult beverages, and I so much obliged it yesterday evening. It was ever so fine. I like to tell old Big Moose and Big Moose's kinfolk, old Nathan over there in Kentucky, hey, and in fact, old Big Moose is in here. He may have something to say.
Oh, yeah?
Well, Steve, yeah, I just wanted to thank Scarecrow myself because he sent me a care package of them long necks Blatch barley pops. And he's taking good care of us from the motherland up there in Wisconsin, you know.
How about that? Yeah, you can't get the bottles there in your place, right?
No, I'm lucky to get cans, but he sent me the bottle, man. You know, Wisconsin just fantastic place. Got the best cheese, got the best beer, the birthplace of Dave Dudley. I mean, you just can't go wrong with Wisconsin.
That's right.
My kind of place, my kind of people.
Hey, Scarecrow, the next care package, send a little of that good Shelf Stables cheese up this way. Come on.
Now, what kind of cheese you like, Tex? You like the Limburger?
Whatever kind of cheese it is. I don't want nobody cutting the cheese, but, at eating cheese.
Come on, you know what Limburger is. Limburger smells like somebody cut the cheese before you eat it.
Well, I tell you what, that's like that Stilton cheese, that blue Stilton cheese. I tell you what, you want a sandwich, you get you some dark rye bread, load it up with corned beef, cover it with that Stilton cheese, cover it with a pile of onions, put you a bunch of sauerkraut on top of it, hose it down with hot sauce, and mash that thing together and wash it down with a couple of them icy cold Blatz barley pops, buddy, and you in hog heaven. But I tell you one thing, you can turn the cab of a Freightliner into a torture chamber in a hurry if you ain't got proper ventilation after that meal.
Oh, boy.
One thing about it is you don't sleep with the sheets over your head that night.
Yeah, you don't want to get yourself a Dutch oven going. You want to make sure you keep that vent open, keep that head, and keep that nose out of them sheets.
Well, anyway, Steve, just say hey to B-Do and Lord Wise and Big Moose and Cousin Nathan up there to Kentucky. And everybody, I appreciate y'all bringing all the groceries to the house, to the grocery stores. And, so from exit 81, I don't know where Moose is right now, but I think he's up there in Lima somewhere, should be. But exit 81 off the big 7-5, tipping the hat and ringing the cowbell, everybody.
Thank you very much. Anybody heard from Pup?
Yeah, we talked to him yesterday.
Did you finally get a hold of him? All right, so he's still alive, right? He's doing okay?
Oh, yeah, he's better than okay, man.
He's back to trucking now. Yeah, he's back to trucking. They finally cut him loose, the doctors did.
There you go. I know everybody been asking about him, and I hadn't heard from him in a coon's age, so.
Yeah, well, he's doing all right as of yesterday. Now, I don't know. I ain't talked to him tonight, but as of yesterday, we talked to him. He was doing okie dokie.
That's good. All right.
Y'all and let old Moose wrap it up. He knows what it is, a 1042 and a 2210 in the wind, all that. Go ahead, Moose.
Right of the spotted, left of the solid, sunny side up and all that jazz, and we 10-10 till we do it again. Come on.
All right. Thank you for the update, gentlemen. Thanks for hanging in there. They were there for a while, to say the least. And we get a news break here. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. A new federal report says U.S. life expectancy took a sharp decline during the pandemic. Researchers with the National Center for Health Statistics say the average life expectancy of Americans plunged in 2020 and in 2021 from 79 years to 76. The report says it's the sharpest two-year decline in the U.S. in nearly 100 years. It says the biggest drop in life expectancy was among Native Americans and Alaska Natives, whose average lifespans were cut short by 4 years during the pandemic. International aid agencies struggling to help hundreds of thousands of people displaced by deadly floods in Pakistan have asked for the loosening of restrictions on imports of food from Pakistan's old rival, India. Unusually heavy monsoon rains have triggered floods that have submerged a third of Pakistan and killed more than 1,100 people, including 380 children. This is USA Radio News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FREE for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FREE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FREE for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeedy. Here on a Thursday, September 1, believe it or not. Yeah, yes, indeed, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when it comes time to store your lawn equipment, your collector cars, boats, generators, you name it, anything that's going to be sitting around for any length of time with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years. And at the same time combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Hey, get back to the calls this morning. What's going on, Pappy? Where can we get some high-speed AR ammo?
Well, man, you can go online, you can go to the gun store, make your own. Man, I had to take 3 calls. Steve, it's the third time I called. I didn't know if I keep losing my place in line or what. You know? But, man, this lady with the money that deposited into her account, right?
Yep.
Listen, she's not Hunter Biden, man. Okay? Remember the old phrase, plausible deniability?
Yeah.
She can't claim that, man. What made her think that that would not come back and haunt her, man? Come on.
I don't know if you wait 2 months, 3 months, 5 months. 5 months after the fact, you begin thinking, well, maybe they're not going to catch this.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But, yeah, no, talk about these high-speed bullets, Steve. I mean, what Horse Feathers was talking about with the 45 and the 9mm, these are all handguns, short distance, you know. There's what's called the momentum theory.
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess for hydrostatic shock theory, the momentum theory is you take a heavy bullet, it's traveling slower, right? Versus a lighter bullet traveling a lot faster, which has more knockdown power. You can kind of look at it like this, Steve. If you're in the batter's box, do you want to get hit by a relatively slow-moving bowling ball, or do you want to get hit with a 150-mile-an-hour fastball?
That's a tough choice, right?
Pick your poison, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, but these rifles design, you know, it's always been, everybody tried to get to that 4,000 foot per second, you know, time of the flight of a bullet, you know. And mostly, Steve, these are for long-range competition shooters, right? The faster the bullet is, the faster it gets to the target, which means there's going to be less time for the wind to affect that bullet,
mm-hmm.
and less bullet drop, you know, which makes it more accurate. So that's the reason everybody keeps trying to perfect the perfect round for these long distance shooting, you know. But yeah, the faster, even in hunting, I mean, your 223, Steve, most of them travel, I don't know, I think it's like 2,400 feet per second. A 9mm travels about 1,250 feet per second, right around in there to give you an idea, right? 45 ACP you're looking at 800-900 feet per second. Depends, on what kind of round, but a lot of it had to do with the bullet design itself.
Mm-hmm.
A full metal jacket bullet will go right through you, more than likely, just like Horse Feather said, compared to the jacketed hollow points which are designed to
mushroom
and open up when they hit you, but and your 30-06 everybody's heard of the old 30-06 rifle. You're getting up around 28,000, maybe 3,000 feet per second, in some of them rifles. Those are your higher end, once you start like 7mm magnums, you're pushing low over 3,000 maybe if you hand tailor your own loads. But 4,000 feet per second is flat out moving. I don't know. I'm wanting to say most of these were called Wildcat rounds. You just couldn't go to the store and find a rifle chambered in these calibers to produce some kind of velocities, but now they're coming more and more common. Maybe the 220 Swift now, I think you can kind of go into a gun store and buy one, or I don't know if they would actually have one in stock. They might have to specially order you one, But, the higher speed bullet creates what they call hydrostatic shock, kinetic energy. The more damage you can do to tissue and organs, they claim that you'd have to see animals when you see deers getting hit. If you see deers getting hit with a shotgun slug, like he said, right, compared to a high velocity rifle round that's designed to kind of mushroom out and break up, and they create that hydrostatic shock. You can see the difference on how that deer goes down, so I think for hunting, I'd take a faster, lighter bullet.
Mm. Well, his other question was, do you know why did law enforcement pretty much opt for the 9mm versus the old 45?
Oh, yeah. Today's modern gunpowder, Steve, they gunpowder's been perfected, and so has the bullet itself. Getting these bullets to react when they hit gelatin or a human body to the mushroom out. So a lot of it has to do with the 9mm. A lot easier to control that weapon, right, than a 45 or a 40 caliber. Has less kick to it, right? So it's easier to control. Most cops are not gun enthusiasts, Steve. That might surprise a lot of people. Most cops only pull that pistol out when they go qualify once or twice a year, and it goes back in the holster, and they never shoot it again. They're not gun nuts. They just aren't. A lot are, some are. Most aren't. So, little easier to control, a little easier for the females with smaller hands to control the 9mm, so that's kind of the main reason, I think. But, yeah, Steve, we was talking about all this healing process and everything, and listen, not taking nothing from the Lord, but I'll call in on another time and maybe talk about it, but I kept seeing these ads for these stones. I was going to ask any of your listeners if anybody's bought any of these things or know too much about them. You've seen these advertisements for these stones or these crystals that are supposed to improve the frequency, right? That your body is getting bombarded from. You seen any of these commercials?
I can't say that I have, no.
Yeah, I get them on Facebook all the time. And, going back to the Ark of the Covenant, Steve, the Ark of the Covenant was supposed to possess, some magical powers and, Moses' staff, right? And saw a documentary about Moses' staff that supposedly it had the secret to some sort of frequency that was supposed to be able to heal and cause healing and all this stuff. So I don't know, it just kind of perked up my interest a little bit. I didn't know if Vic, he's a pretty smart cat. If he's heard about any of this kind of stuff. I know when they invented electric, back before the electric grid, was invented and electric was even invented. Once the electric grid was invented, it had an effect on people, Steve. Most people would adapt to it,
Yeah.
I mean, our bodies are all electric, man. Our brain's all electric and fluid. And if you watch any of these ghost hunter shows where they talk sometimes if there's a high electronic input or recept in certain spots, you might get these electronic interference, and it can cause, your brain to kind of maybe feel a little funny, like somebody's in the room with you or not in the room with you. I don't know. Some of the ghost hunters sometimes monitor the electric output, in the vicinity, all the little tools they use and stuff. I don't know if you've seen any of that, but so anyway, I took enough of your time. We'll maybe get into that some other time, but
Very
I don't know.
interesting.
See if Vic calls in, man, ask him if he's heard about. I mean, remember when Cuba? Remember when these U.S. officials down in Cuba were bombarded with some sort of sound waves or something?
Yep.
Remember hearing about that?
Yep.
Making
them sick, and I don't know what the heck that would be.
Yeah. Well, I was just curious. I was thinking about getting some. Hell, I don't know. See if it actually can affect, and we hear about this 5G that can cause problems to people, that may cause problems. I don't know. So I don't know. Ask him if he's ever heard of these stones or crystals that can help the frequency. So there's no more bad vibes, man. Right?
Gotcha. Yeah.
Well, what was that? What was that daggone movie, man? With Kelly's Heroes, right? Donald Sutherland. Hey, man, so much with the bad vibes, man. All right, Steve. Have a good night, sir.
Thank you for checking in, and that answers a few questions, and that opens up another question. But on the lighter side, an Alabama deputy faced an unusual obstacle last week when he found his patrol car was taken over by goats. It was all caught on camera. Deputy Casey Thrower in Madison County was serving civil papers Friday morning when apparently some hungry goats decided to check and see if there was anything to eat in his patrol vehicle. He's on camera. Just, get out of there. Are you kidding me? According to the sheriff's office, he sometimes leaves the patrol door open in case he has to run from dogs. This time, instead of dogs, it was a couple of hungry goats that were apparently actually munching on the paperwork in his vehicle. Get out of there. Shouting at the goats. The video, one goat's actually inside the vehicle, and there's a smaller one kind of traipsing around on top of the damn car. Eventually, he managed to get the goats off his vehicle. The sheriff's office shared the video just for a laugh, we need a laugh every once in a while. Deputy Thrower's been serving the citizens of Madison County for about 40 years, and he's considered one of our GOAT deputies, greatest of all time. We got a huge kick out of this today. Hope it brings a smile to your face. According to livescience.com, goats are herbivores, eating grass, their favorite food. They'll typically feed on shrubs, woody plants, weeds, briars. Many domestic goats will also eat trash, house plants, or anything they find laying around. Maybe that's how goats, with their 4-compartment stomachs, got that reputation for, they'll eat any and everything. All right. Guess he ate up the paperwork for a few folks that were supposed to be served that day. And it is 10 before the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four-Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I was kind of scouring through looking for any sort of update maybe on what are the odds of a retry for the Artemis launch coming up this Saturday. Yesterday they were saying the odds were like 40%. The biggest concern is going to be weather. And let me see. Here we go from NASA.gov. NASA is targeting 2:17 p.m. Eastern Saturday, this Saturday the 3rd, for the launch of Artemis 1. Again, they will have a 2-hour launch window for this attempt. The Artemis 1 test flight, the uncrewed mission. Okay, we know all that. You can watch it on NASA TV. Let's see. Launch countdown resumes Saturday at the opening of a planned 2.5-hour built-in hold, which will begin at 4:37 a.m. Of course, they waved off the first attempt back on Monday, unable to cool down that one engine. So, all right, I guess for this particular story, they don't have anything as far as what the odds right now are for how's the weather looking for Saturday. All right. It is 844-844-3388. What's happening with Gilligan this morning?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Well, Pappy stole part of my thunder, but, yeah, it's amazing how ill-informed our president is, and he acts like he speaks with authority. There is 5 times as faster than any bullet, any round out there. That can't be made up. I mean, heck, the 45 auto is one of the slowest bullets out there. And be honest, the 220 Swift is is almost, I say, close to 5 times faster than that. What a lot of people don't realize is that a 220 Swift was actually introduced in 1935. Now, I used to own one. That is a wicked round and a very accurate round. Unfortunately, I was forced to sell it because of a divorce some years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had it backed up. But that round has been available pretty much ever since its introduction in 1935. Winchester introduced it, and it's been available for many years. I don't know whether it's still in production or not. Yes, it was technically a Wildcat round because it was a neck-down 6mm Lee Navy, but the Lee Navy 6mm was a flop. I mean, there's very few of them guns around, but the 220 Swift has been around a long time. Now, Force Feathers brought up the AK-47 and said that he thought it took the same shell as the AR-15. No, he's mistaken on that. The AK-47 and the SKSs, and actually some AR-15s, but very few. Most AR-15s take the 5.56, the 45, or 223, but some are chambered for what they call a 7.62 by 39, which is a 30 caliber bullet by 39 millimeter. The 39 is the length of the shell. Now, the 7.62 is the diameter, and that's also what the AK-47s and the SKSs are made in. And that's been they call it 7.62 Warsaw, which was the Warsaw Pact, former Soviet Union, and its allies, and the 5.56 NATO and a 7.62 NATO, which is a 7.62 by 51 or a 308. Our M60s are chambered in that. So it can be a little complicated, but it's not hard to learn. Personally, I prefer to deer hunt with a 30-06 or a 308. I have a couple of both. I know a lot of people do use the smaller caliber, and Pappy is right. Like the 220 Swift, the 223, the shock value of the speed of that bullet. But, it's like, yeah, you get the shock value of the smaller bullet, but you get the impact of the bigger bullet. It's just what you prefer. It's just.
I'll just assume that the president's reading off a cue card or something, that he had no idea what he was talking about anyway.
Probably not. And the person writing it probably just made it up. But it's amazing the misunderstanding about an AR-15. I've heard people say these are way too powerful for civilians to own. A 223 is not a powerful cartridge. Pappy brought up the 7mm Magnum. I've got a 300 Win mag. It breaks 3,000 feet per second. It's 7.62 by 67 technically. It's got a lot more powder behind it, and it's got a whole lot of oomph. I mean, it's a very powerful rifle. I say I shoot it twice and walk away, rubbing my shoulder for a little.
Exactly. Got a little kick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It'll cripple behind and kill in the front. That's for sure. And yeah, it's an interesting round. I bought it years ago to go bear hunting with. And everybody said, "Well, why you need a 300 Win mag to go bear hunting?" I said, "I shoot a bear. I want to make sure they're down and they're not coming after me."
You don't want to just piss them off, right? Yeah, that's. Don't anger the bear. Don't poke the bear. Make sure it takes him down. All right, Gilligan, top of the hour. Hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. It's Steve Summers, Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. A new federal report says U.S. life expectancy took a sharp decline during the pandemic. Researchers with the National Center for Health Statistics say the average life expectancy of Americans plunged in 2020 and in 2021 from 79 years to 76. The report says it's the sharpest two-year decline in the U.S. in nearly 100 years. It says the biggest drop in life expectancy was among Native Americans and Alaska Natives, whose average lifespans were cut short by 4 years during the pandemic. International aid agencies struggling to help hundreds of thousands of people displaced by deadly floods in Pakistan have asked for the loosening of restrictions on imports of food from Pakistan's old rival, India. Unusually heavy monsoon rains have triggered floods that have submerged a third of Pakistan and killed more than 1,100 people, including 380 children. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Former President Donald Trump and his advisors repeatedly failed to turn over highly classified government documents, even after receiving a subpoena and pledging that a diligent search had been conducted, leading to an FBI raid of his Mar-a-Lago home that found more than 100 additional classified items, according to a blistering court filing by federal prosecutors. When agents conducted their court-ordered search on August 8th, they found material so sensitive that even the FBI counterintelligence personnel and DOJ attorneys conducting the review required additional government clearances before they were permitted to review certain documents. The Food and Drug Administration Wednesday authorized updated COVID boosters from both Pfizer and Moderna. Both shots target the Omicron subvariants BA4 and BA5, which make up virtually all new cases in the U.S. Pfizer's new booster is approved for anyone 12 years old and older, and Moderna's to anyone 18 and up, both at least 2 months after the person's last COVID shot. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne LaRoute. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Lawyers for former President Donald Trump on Wednesday responded to the Justice Department in the dispute over Trump's request for a special master to review materials the FBI seized at his Mar-a-Lago estate. In it, his lawyers make the basis for an argument against illegal search and seizure. In the DOJ's filing Tuesday night, it provided a sworn written statement from a Trump attorney earlier in the summer that all of the documents the government had been seeking had been returned. Former federal prosecutor Ken Namaday says going into Thursday's hearing, the DOJ has a pretty strong argument. The president had his facts wrong.
President Biden, during a political campaign speech in Pennsylvania Tuesday, gave his followers some misinformation.
Did you realize the bullet out of an AR-15 travels 5 times as rapidly as a bullet shot out of any other gun?
A June study by Field and Stream looked at the fastest cartridges, and AR-15 rounds did not make their list. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
John Eastman has appeared before the Fulton County Grand Jury investigating former President Donald Trump's efforts to overturn 2020 election in Georgia, according to a statement released Wednesday by his attorneys. Eastman was advised to assert attorney-client privilege and the constitutional right to remain silent where appropriate, the statement says. Out of respect for grand jury secrecy, we will not disclose the substance of the questions or testimony. We wish to thank the grand jurors for their support, it adds. This is USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Ader loans a wheel to a friend and watches his Emax clinch. 3 other Grand National divisions move their races forward in spectacular fashion. And we have reached peak crowning season in championship pulling. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The chances to see NTPA pulling live and in person in 2022 are dwindling as the penultimate regular season Grand National event is in the books. Wellington, Ohio's Friday Night Spectacular included the Regional National Classic Superstocks as well as 4 Grand National divisions. Winning the Classics was 2-time champion David Spillman and his Smokin' Ace, who are in quite the dogfight to continue their title streak. Challenging are Al Heasley's Tin Man, which has won twice and leads by 1 point, and the 3-win Green Broke Deer of John Stanley and driver Ryan Pollock, which is tied with Spillman for second. The Classics have 5 hooks to go beginning this Wednesday, August 31st in Richwood, Ohio, and continuing in Canton, Ohio at the Stark County Fair this Friday and Saturday, September 2nd and 3rd. In GN action, Adam Spiegelberg and Detonator Black won the light superstock class to pull 1 point ahead of second place Marcus Wedelson and Gunpowder and Lead. Spiegelberg of Wyowega, Wisconsin, had to hurry home for Saturday's NTPA event in that very town, a poll which his family helped to found and still organizes. The light supers will come down to a 2-hook shootout in Canton between these 2 past champions, with Spiegelberg's title coming in 2019 and Wedelson's in 2013. Adam Bauer of Peyton, Iowa, himself a past champion of every modern-day modified division, is making a 2-prong bid for a 2022 modified mini title. His Iron Toy has been on a rail this season with 6 victories and a 15-point lead over its steady stablemate Cowboy Up. Combined, the 2 Bauer-powered mini rods have 15 top 3 finishes in 30 combined appearances. Bauer will, in all likelihood, clinch the title at the Fulton County Fair's M.E. Miller Tire Tri-State Showdown in Wauseon, Ohio, this Friday, September 2nd. The 4-wheel drive division, idle this past weekend, will also reach the bottom of their schedule at the top of Ohio in Wauseon. In Pro Stock, Beloit, Ohio's Julia Ray and Dad Mike Connie got a measure of revenge in front of a friendly crowd. The back trailer team, blocked most of the season by the strong performance of Danny Schmucker's leading Rampage and Dad Kevin's Get Her Done Deer, went 1-2 in Wellington. This track just suits my driving style, explained Julia after a 366-foot distance aboard Mac Daddy bested Mike's 353 on Mac Nasty as both gained ground on Rampage and leapfrog Get Her Done for 2nd and 3rd in the standings. But the next turn is to the Schmucker's own hometown pole in Canton before they wrap the season with a Saturday doubleheader in Sandwich, Illinois on September 10th. And in Unlimited, Joe Ader carried a 2-season title streak, an 8-hook winning streak, and a 25-point advantage onto his favorite track, which was beyond the margin that could be erased in 1 pole. In a stirring example of true sportsmanship and deep friendship, Ader handed the keys off to former Unlimited and 2-time defending mini champion Ken Veeney. Ader then watched from the hot pit as Veeney drove to 7th and clinched the title aboard his North Collins, New York-based Eaton Compressor-sponsored Emax. Wayne Purser of Norman, Oklahoma, and his Uncle Sam took the class honors. So that's 4 titles in the books and 8 more to go before the Enderley Pull-Off entertains a capacity crowd in Urbana, Ohio on Saturday, September 17th. You can be there actually by purchasing tickets at shopntpa.com/tickets or virtually by watching the live stream at ntpa.tv. And of course, get results, standings, and schedule details at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, welcome into a Thursday. Off and rolling. Couple of other industry headlines to get to. Yep, Gerald sent this to me. I had that in my show prep, but thank you very much, Gerald. Another extension of our national emergency. When will it ever end? The FMCSA has extended through the fall of 2022 the emergency declaration providing regulatory relief for drivers hauling livestock, vaccines, fuel, food, and other supplies. Yesterday, August 31, they issued the extension now through October 15th for the emergency declaration providing regulatory relief from the maximum driving time for property carrying vehicles drivers who are providing direct assistance during the pandemic. We're still in a pandemic, folks. The FMCSA says they've opted to extend the regulatory relief because the presidentially declared emergency remains in place. Persistent issues arising out of COVID continue to affect the U.S., including supply chain issues. Nationwide reporting continues to demonstrate substantial ongoing use of the emergency relief under the emergency declaration from back in 2020. All right, the previous extension was back on May the 27th. That was set to expire yesterday. So again, I don't think there's any changes this time around. This applies to truck drivers hauling the following supplies in direct support of COVID relief efforts: livestock and livestock feed, medical supplies and equipment related to testing, diagnosis, treatment of COVID-19, vaccines, constituent products, and medical supplies and equipment, including ancillary supplies or kits for the administration of vaccines, supplies and equipment necessary for community safety, sanitation, and prevention, aka masks, gloves, hand sanitizer, soap and disinfectants, food, paper products, and other groceries for emergency restocking of the distribution centers or stores, gasoline, diesel exhaust fluid, jet fuel, ethyl alcohol, heating fuel, including propane, natural gas, and heating oil. Yeah, the same as it's been for 2.5. Pretty soon we'll be going on 3 years. Incredible. Hey, what's happening with Big Sexy on board? What's going on, Big Sexy?
Not much, Steve. Didn't we just go past the midnight hour on the West Coast?
Yeah, we did. Yes, we did. I flubbed up again, didn't I?
Wasn't we missing something there?
I'm supposed to hear the midnight. I'm supposed to get that worm in my head again.
Yeah. I was wondering what happened to that. But I guess you've seen the emails I sent you. You see the one about the forecast? Winter forecast?
Yeah, I was looking at the map. So, what are you thinking? It's a lot. That's more snow for your area. Is that what they're highlighting?
Yeah, that's according to the almanac. That's what that forecast by said. If the almanac's right, that's what it'll be like.
Okay.
Yeah. There was another one I sent you about the dog that apprehend a guy, and again the guy died after being bit by the police dog.
I saw that. And I don't think I actually read the rest of the story I saw, but yeah, canine bit the guy and the guy died or something.
Yeah, I don't know the rest of the story to that. It didn't go into real detail on it, but it said he run from him and they stick the canine on him and then took him to jail and he died. And I sent you another one about what was a youth director or somebody with a church down in North Carolina at 87 counts. 87 years on a bunch of counts of child rape and stuff like that.
Yep.
Did you see that?
Yes, sir. Some sick people out there.
And then Then I had one other little thing I wanted to talk to you about this morning. Seems like I expect some of that from certain members of the listening audience, but what was that shot you took at me on Monkey Gouger's post about that tree down?
I'm trying to recall yesterday morning. Yeah, I posted something. Hell, I don't know. What did I say?
he posted a picture of a rough night or something, a tree down and all that, and you said, what, the paper chunker been out there and run into it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot. Yep.
Yeah, I expect that from Tex, but I didn't expect that from you, Steve.
Sorry about that. I couldn't resist. Yeah, that crossed my mind, and I thought it was funny. So, well, they tell me you run into every damn thing. You back into things. You run for. You hit the deer. You back into buildings.
Well, now they kind of make that a little worse than it is. I don't run into everything. I've hit a deer, and I did kind of back up against a pole, but all it done was put a little bit of paint transfer, and I was able to wipe the paint off. The other stuff is I had a woman back into me one day, and of course, as they tell it, I hit her, and then the running into the doors and stuff like that is when I pull in and say through that bundle and hit the door, and next thing you know, I'm running through the door. So oops. Stuff like that. A lot of that stuff don't really happen. But I'm not a demolition derby out here, so. But no, I was gonna give you a hard time over that. But I'll let you go on to the next caller. It might have something a little more important than what I had.
Well, that was a big tree that you backed over down there. That's a pretty good hit.
Yeah, not a bit of damage on the van.
All right, dude. Have a good morning. Thank you for checking in. I forgot. I sit here and I'll post this and that. I forgot what I even said. Yeah. Paper chunker been down there backing into trees. You had the monkey gouger out there with his chainsaw. Chopping them up. There you go. 17 past the hour. We'll be back in 2.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, if you're a diabetic, having to take those insulin shots every day, which I can imagine having to do that. You may have a chance to rejoice in the not-too-distant future. The most common way to administer insulin is, yes, under the skin, that little needle or an insulin pen That may soon change. According to the University of British Columbia, they're developing an oral insulin tablet that, if successful, could make it easier for people with type 1 diabetes to take their medication. Their statement says these exciting results show we're on the right track in developing an insulin formulation that will no longer need to be injected before every meal, improving the quality of life and the mental health of more than 9 million type 1 diabetics around the world. Apparently, the team they're using right now, it's rats, to see how the body absorbs insulin from oral tablets compared to the injected insulin. The search for an insulin tablet is actually a personal one for the lead researcher, who is a diabetic and needed to, his father was a diabetic and needed to be injected 3 to 4 times a day to stay alive for another 15 years. In the current study, though, researchers devised a workaround to improve absorption. Instead of directly swallowing a pill, you would actually let this tablet dissolve between your gum and your cheek. Dissolving allows the insulin to enter the thin membrane around in the lining of the inner cheek and the back of the lips. For injected insulin, we usually need 100 IU per shot. Other swallowed tablets being developed that go to the stomach might need 500 IU, most of which gets wasted. And that's the major problem we're having to try to work around. All right, swallowed insulin tablets have a slow absorption rate. Insulin released over like 2 to 4 hours. For comparison, injections fully release insulin within 30 minutes to 2 hours. All right, there you go. So, similar to the rapid-acting injection, they say our oral delivery tablets absorb after a half hour and last about 2 to 4 hours long. So pretty much right in line with the injected insulin, but yeah, maybe, just maybe, something to look forward to. Let's see, is this Buster?
Hello, Steve. Long time, my brother from another mother. Yeah, I'm on vacation, Steve. I woke up, went to sleep early, and I'm getting ready. Today we're riding back from Miramar Beach over to that 30A route by Seagrove and all that. It's an e-bike, and it's going to be fun. You know, I try to get off your feet when you're off duty from delivering boxes, but you got to keep in shape still. So I'm kind of glad I've got the bike to do this morning before all the tourists get out there and start driving around. And I tell you, Steve, the bicycle trails down here, they've got them up here, and they're still building them from Miramar Beach all the way over to 30A. I only got like a half a mile on 98. I have to watch my backside.
Mm-hmm.
But Steve, buddy, I was with you last week, you know, and I listen to you all the time. I may say hi on the chat thing, and I go over to my app. And I'll tell you, if people don't get that app, they don't know what's going to be happening in the next few days or weeks, because it looks like our President Biden tonight, and you know, looks like the media is going to carry it as if it's a big statement. And I was just sitting here thinking about what we call ourselves. Like, we want to get back to making America awesome, or keep us awesome, and maybe we have to drop the first word, make or keep, and just go American great again. I mean, these people are going, it's crazy. It's a page book of Hillary Clinton's deplorables, but, you know, we're not all radicals. And if I found somebody was going to be a bad person like Oklahoma City or something because they're upset with the government or the guy in Cincinnati, you know, we don't need that crap, and that's not what we're fighting for. We're fighting for our existence. So I'll let you think about that. I was going to ask you also, Steve, it'd be good to try to talk to the guys that runs that the American Trucking Show, right? Is it Great American Trucking?
Mid-America Truck Show.
run it by him. Send him an email or something. You know, since the UPS, we have our contract comes up 1st of August, and now we're no longer the Jimmy Hoffa Teamsters. We're the Teamsters for a Democrat union ideology. And I mean, I think one thing we don't need is air conditioning in our package cars. I just think it's crazy as heck. But the greenies are stupid anyway. You know, our younger drivers are not taking care of themselves. Those who get sick or die. We have 4 drivers in Knoxville because they didn't drink, they didn't hydrate. Maybe they're out of shape. But anyway, it'd be good to ask him to get a booth. Ask the Teamsters to get a booth set up at the show, because with all the truckers coming in there, especially, so you know, our UPS, I think we're worthwhile. They should come and have a booth set up for us who comes to your show in April, because I'm coming again, and I'd love to meet the drivers again. Either I don't call in that much, but I'll probably start calling in more come January, February, just because it's winter time and I'm on my new route out there in the woods near Dollywood. But I'm looking forward to dealing with all that snow and ice. No street lights, no shoulders, but I got 90% asphalt roads where when I go up and down 4 mountain ranges around Townsend and Dollywood and Warris Valley. I'm blessed. I've got asphalt, so
there you go. Yeah.
And I know, but you know,
it's better than an old dirt.
Hey, Steve,
go ahead.
Steve, I think after that, and you know they're listening and watching, but that Rumble or Humble. Hey, by the way, today I tried to download. I heard on the news where I cannot download Truth Media or Truth Social, so I went and tried to do it on my phone, and I don't have an iPhone. And sure enough, it wouldn't let me take the app down.
No.
So it's
only available on the iPhone, Android, the Google Play Store, I guess they call it. Actually notified Truth Social that they're not going to allow it yet. You know, supposedly they've got to do more to monitor what's said, you know, on Truth Social. I don't think that's going to happen. So, all right, a couple minutes before we hit news break, bottom of the hour. It is the only surviving battleship that served in both world wars, having fought in Europe during World War I and against the Nazis and the Japanese during World War II. But the greatest challenge in recent years for the USS Texas has been a leaky, rusty hull that at times forced workers to pump 2,000 gallons of water per minute out of the 110-year-old ship to ensure the historic vessel, commonly known to Texas residents as the Battleship Texas, to ensure it doesn't sink and can continue hosting tours and visitors. The foundation in charge of its care successfully towed the ship yesterday from its longtime home along the Houston Ship Channel to a shipyard in Galveston, where they're going to make repairs. How about that? President of the Battleship Texas Foundation said the process of pulling the ship by tugboats and getting it on its way went perfectly. Any problems would have happened in the first 15 minutes, and we had no issues. Actually went smoother than we thought and quicker than we thought. And she's gone down the channel Wednesday morning, about 9 hours later, 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, arriving in Galveston to a crowd of cheering spectators with 4 tugboats that pulled the vessel at about 5 knots down through the channel there. So, all right. Since 1948, the USS Texas has been at the state historic site where the decisive battle in the Texas Revolution was fought. There it served as a museum, a tourist attraction. The battleship had previously taken to the same shipyard in Galveston, where they did some repairs back in 1990 or 1988, apparently. All right, news break time here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Mauricio reporting. The Justice Department says classified documents were likely concealed and removed from a storage room in former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. with likely efforts to obstruct its investigation into Trump's possession of dozens of boxes of government papers. The Tuesday night filing says the FBI also found classified documents stashed in Trump's office and challenges Trump's request for a special master to review the documents. A reporter asked Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell about the Justice Department filing Wednesday in Frankfort, Kentucky.
I don't have any observations about that.
World leaders are reacting to the death of former Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev. He was the last leader of the former Soviet Union and died Tuesday at age 91. President Biden praised Gorbachev and said he helped create a safer world and greater freedom for millions. Current Russian President Vladimir Putin released a statement expressing his condolences. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, there you go. Thank you very much. Got your email there, Kentucky Ken, here a few minutes ago. Just wanted to say thanks to all the Overnight Drive family for some great feedback. Yeah, so I got to get you, Bourbon Street Gary, Doughboy, sent me something to send your way as well. I'm trying to remember who all. Maybe you'll find something good there. All right. That's the idea. All right, if you want to jump on board, it's 844-844-3388. And, of course, for over 60 years, Staybill has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, you name it, anything that may be sitting around for any length of time with gas in it. Staybill storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time, so make sure to store your engine the right way with Staybill. All right, Eagle, what's going on? You hanging in there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I wanted to talk about one other thing. Well, caller went over what I was going to say, but I want to emphasize this, Steve, especially after what happened to you last week on YouTube. You know, I told you this last week. You know, people say that we have freedom of speech. You keep thinking that. And you continue to see these type of things happening. You know, I was looking at TikTok while I was on hold, and a caller he said what I was about to say. If that's not censorship, Steve, I don't know what is. You know, Google is a democratically run system, and you know, so now they figured out another way to block Donald Trump from getting his truth out. They're saying that they won't allow will not allow Truth Social or whatever to go on to Google, and they just said that that's over 44% of the cell phone users in America use Android. So that means people like me, I can't download Donald Trump's Truth Social on my cell phone because I don't have an iPhone. Now, don't you think that's censorship, Steve? That Google is doing that. They're finding a way to block Donald Trump from getting his application on the phones.
Absolutely. There's no question.
Yeah, so all those people out there that say that we have freedom of speech, I hope you see what they're doing to keep Donald Trump's message from getting out. Donald Trump, he spent a lot of money for his Truth Social, and now he can't even get his damn application on the cell phone. Like I say, you see what they did with Twitter. They barred the man from life. He can never use Twitter, Facebook, or any of these other things. And then the man goes out and tries to get his own company, own application, and now they figured out a way to block him from doing that. So it's just a matter of time before they block him from the Apple phones. Don't be surprised in the next couple of days or weeks that you won't even be able to download his application on an iPhone. And so Donald Trump won't even be able to get his message out, and that's a damn shame, Steve. Those people are scared of Donald Trump, like I said, Steve. It's just one thing after another with these people. You know, first they bum rush his house down there in Florida looking for some documents of stuff that's, you know, so-called classified that means absolutely nothing. And then a couple of weeks later, they come out with this where they're trying to block his Truth social media
So they definitely don't want Trump back in the White House
No.
in 2024. If anybody had any doubts about that, you see all the roadblocks they're throwing in the way of Donald Trump. It's really a damn shame. And, just like Trump said today, Steve, when is the Biden administration, when are they going to start investigating Dr. Fauci? When are they going to start investigating the Clintons? When are they going to start investigating the Obamas? No investigations are taking place. Only man that's ever committed a crime in the U.S. is Donald Trump, the way they see it. It is really a damn shame. And one other thing I wanted to say before I hang up with you, Steve, I tried to watch CNN television, and I can't even watch it, man. It's just disgusting. Their whole television programming is 24-hour Donald Trump. All you hear is Mar-a-Lago this, Mar-a-Lago that, Donald Trump this. When is Donald Trump going to jail? Donald Trump committed crimes January the 6th. That's all they talk about on CNN television, 24 hours a day. Anybody that has that on their TV, you should disconnect. CNN is just totally ridiculous at this point, Steve. It is basically unwatchable. And I'm pretty sure that most of the people that listen to your show don't watch CNN, but I'm just making a point. CNN is just disgusting television at this point. It's just real sad. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Yeah. Hey, now wait a minute. You get the truth. You want the truth? Go to CNN. The U.S. Open. I think I saw that. Did Serena Williams win again? So she's moved. I think she knocked out the number 2 seed. I mean, this big news in the tennis world, because this is going to be her last go round. I guess last big tourney, or she's going into retirement. One face not being seen at the U.S. Open is one of the top players in the world. 21-time Grand Slam singles champion Novak Djokovic. And according to Representative Claudia Tenney this past day, it is absolute hypocrisy, not science, that's keeping Novak Djokovic from playing in the U.S. Open. She said, I wrote a letter to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken asking him to give a national interest exemption to Djokovic and any other international player, especially of the caliber of Novak Djokovic, so they can play and make this a credible tournament. This whole tournament is not credible when you don't allow some of the best players in the world, or among the best, to not even play in the premier event. Of course, Djokovic has not been allowed to travel to the United States due to the vaccine status. He was also banned from the Australian Open back in January, and when they deported him the night before the tournament was slated to open. But as the world's number 6 ranked player, Djokovic trails Rafael Nadal in the Grand Slam championship race with a 21 singles edge titles to Nadal's 22. It was announced earlier this week that he will play in the Israel Open, I guess Israel next month, the Tel Aviv Open as they call it. But meanwhile, Claudia Tenney says, and this is where she makes the greatest point, I'm an avid tennis fan, but I'm not watching the U.S. Open because I'm protesting essentially Djokovic's ban. Look, you can come across the southern border and not be vaccinated. You can be a visitor at the United States Open and not be vaccinated. Novak Djokovic has had COVID. He has the immunity, and he's a premier elite athlete, literally in the best shape you could possibly be in. I mean, he treats his body like a temple, and I give him a lot of credit for having the courage to stand up on principle. It's a tragedy that he can't play. I mean, there are superior, amazing players that are still indeed in the tournament, like Nadal. But I'm trying not to watch. I think it's important that people have a choice. A choice. Yeah, look at all these people across the country, not just elite tennis players, but all kinds of workers in this country. nurses, frontline workers, people in the military that have lost their jobs, their livelihood, their ability to pay and support themselves because of this vaccine mandate. We've got to start moving on from this pandemic. Let's embrace the people that are truly vulnerable here. But valid point, yeah, you can waltz across the southern border. Come on in. Thousands every day. All right, back to the phones we go. 5-7, I believe, back on board. Yes, sir. What you got going on?
Oh, yeah, Eagle, I apologize. It was due to my conversation that got Steve knocked off. Oddly enough, the conversation, Steve, they don't have the decency to put out names you can't use. What was it? There's the old radio over the air. They had like 5 words you can't use on air.
Yeah.
I mean, so you think if you're going to do this stuff, there'll be the decency to put out names they do not allow on air. So they just cold cocked you and throw it at you like that. We're talking about conspiracies. I was watching Bill Maher, one of the reels, and he was interviewing Meathead. I believe his name's Rob Reiner.
Rob Reiner, yeah, that's Meathead. Who turned out to be the true leftist of left liberals that he portrayed in All in the Family of those years. I mean, I don't know if it rubbed off on him, but he was the perfect one for the part because that's what he is.
And of all things, Bill Maher's interviewing, and they were talking about the laptop, okay? We won't say whose it was. I'm going to try to avoid that. We don't want anything more done with the YouTubers. But instead of Rob Reiner talking to Bill Maher and having a conversation about that, he gets into that radical 1960s, and he starts yelling at the top of his voice. Well, what about the people that came armed attacking our elected officials on the 6th? It's unarmed. They're still carrying it and saying that it was armed when it's already been proven it wasn't. And I believe he said deadly. So far, the only person that died was the Air Force veteran, female. It was one of the protesters. So that just scratch your head and just who's controlling what the truth is, I guess. But there's plenty of stuff out there. You can't back down from it. What you see is what you see. A little joke that everybody talk about weaponry, and Chris talk about bear hunting. This is my most favorite joke. An old boy from New York City, and he's lived in the city all his life, lived him up there in them high rise, worked his way up major office building, and he'd get them Field and Stream magazines, get all this hunting magazines. Well, he like me on Hot Rod magazine, I'd be looking at the pictures, not reading the articles.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, he says, I'm going to get me a bear. I want a bear hanging right there, a rug. I want a bear rug. So he guns out to the gun store, gets a nice rifle, rents a U-Haul pick-em-up truck, heads on down to West Virginia. Pow! Shoots a bear. Throws him in the back of the U-Haul. Heading out of the woods, he runs across a park ranger. He says, park ranger says, that's a fine looking bear. And he said, yeah, I got him with one shot. And he goes, well, can I see your license, your hunting license? Well, he gives him that, deer in a headlight look.
What do you mean? Hunting license? What are you talking about?
There goes the bear, there goes his rifle, and a great big fine with legal troubles and court costs. So next year he tells the secretary, I want to do this right. I want you to make sure you got my hunting license. I'm going to pick out a good rifle. Reggie U-Haul comes on down, and pow, gets a bear on the first night. So he throws the bear in the back of the U-Haul, takes him up to the ranger station, and says, "Here's my hunting license. Here's my bear, and I got him on one shot." And the ranger looks at him and says, "Okay, there's the bear in one shot, and the license, but where's your bear stamp?" Deer in the headlight look, major fine, legal trouble, loses his bear. Well, finally the next season comes around, he's got it, bear stamp, license, he got the best gun, and he decided to buy himself an F-250 diesel, man. And he comes on down there and pow, shoots him a bear. And as he comes up to the ranger station, he says, "Here is my hunting license, here's my bear stamp, here's my bear, and I got him with one shot." Well, the ranger's looking at him, at the bear, and he's got a wound in this paw, and he's got a wound in that paw, and he said, "Man," and he got a bear right between the eyes. And he said, "Man, that's a heck of a shot." And he said, "But I thought you said you got him with just one shot." And the guy said, Yeah. He tried to cover his eyes when I hit him with this flashlight."
All right. Thank you, 5-7. Have a good morning. I could figure he tried to cover his eyes. All right, it is 844-3388. That must have been a bright flashlight, huh? It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we talked in depth about the practicality, the cost, electric vehicles, the push continues, all the major manufacturers, everybody's all in, we're going electric, right? How can we get the costs to come down? Yeah, one of the big reasons many people continue to shy away, it's not that they're necessarily anti-electric vehicle, it's the fact that it's maybe twice the cost of a similar internal combustion engine vehicle. You can't afford the payments on a $70,000 vehicle. Well, according to the latest from The Drive, do not expect the price of EVs to be coming down anytime soon as Honda gears up for the debut of their Acura electric vehicle. The price tag that comes with existing battery technology and soaring battery metals costs suggest that ICE vehicles will maintain the cost-competitive edge. ICE, by the way, internal combustion engine vehicles will maintain the cost-competitive edge for quite some time, according to Honda's vice president of sales. Earlier this month, Ford's CEO, Jim Farley, echoed those sentiments, saying that the cost of the raw materials for their electric vehicles will indeed mean higher and higher costs for new models. There's not going to be much relief on the price of lithium or cobalt or nickel anytime soon. Look at these prices. Chinese battery-grade lithium carbonate prices have risen 90% since just the beginning of this year. Cobalt and nickel have actually fallen a bit. Lithium hydroxide batteries have increased even more, up 127%. At the same time, automakers and battery gigafactories are scrambling to try and line up future supply, and supply chain issues continue to haunt that segment. I mean, we're hearing about all these big multi-billion-dollar investments. We're going to build a factory. We're going to make batteries here in the USA. You got to have the raw material to make the darn things. Honda's answer to this dilemma is hedging on solid-state batteries, which require no lithium. They say that's the only way to achieve any sort of eventual parity price-wise with the internal combustion engine. We, Honda that is, don't really believe the current lithium-ion technology is going to be the long-term solution. Solid-state batteries have higher energy density than their lithium-ion counterparts, which use liquid electrolyte solution and thus has the risk of exploding. Solid state, on the other hand, would likely be the game changer, but the technology isn't there yet. It's still in development. Either way, Monday, Honda announced a $310 million investment into solid-state battery research and development, where they will test mass production of the batteries starting in the spring of 2024. They're also going to team up with the South Korean LG Energy Solutions to build one of those battery plants here in the USA. Their investment's going to be a $4.4 billion battery plant. But until then, the auto giants themselves pretty much are admitting the price parity. There's going to be a much higher cost for the electric vehicle versus the internal combustion engine for the foreseeable future. Yeah, about a minute before a news break. Got a full hour yet to go, though, so jump on in at 844-844-3388. One other industry headline. 2 Mexican nationals arrested on drug trafficking charges after a joint law enforcement effort involving the Massachusetts State Police and the FBI earlier this week. 23-year-old Gerardo Quintero and 30-year-old Joel Enrique Castro, both of Mexico, arrested by multiple law enforcement agencies after exchanging drugs at the Ludlow Service Plaza on the Massachusetts Turnpike. Quintero was actually driving the tractor trailer at the time of his arrest. Press release from the Massachusetts State Police. These arrests stemmed from information developed through an FBI investigation. 2 Mexican suppliers were heading to Massachusetts to deliver a large load of cocaine from Mexico. with assistance from the Massachusetts State Police Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Section and Air Wing, along with the FBI's Boston Division Springfield office. We were able to track the tractor trailer to the Ludlow Service Plaza after witnessing an exchange of narcotics between Quintero and Castro. Agents from the task force and troopers took Castro into custody. Short time later, troopers from the State Police Westfield Barracks stopped the tractor trailer unit being operated by Quintero. He was also then taken into custody without incident. Seized was approximately 15 kilos of cocaine, estimated street value about $500,000. There you go. All right, we'll get our news update here. Clear lines at 844-844-3388 on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. A new federal report says U.S. life expectancy took a sharp decline during the pandemic. Researchers with the National Center for Health Statistics say the average life expectancy of Americans plunged in 2020 and in 2021 from 79 years to 76. The report says it's the sharpest two-year decline in the U.S. in nearly 100 years. It says the biggest drop in life expectancy was among Native Americans and Alaska Natives, whose average lifespans were cut short by 4 years during the pandemic. International aid agencies struggling to help hundreds of thousands of people displaced by deadly floods in Pakistan have asked for the loosening of restrictions on imports of food from Pakistan's old rival, India. Unusually heavy monsoon rains have triggered floods that have submerged a third of Pakistan and killed more than 1,100 people, including 380 children. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Former President Donald Trump and his advisors repeatedly failed to turn over highly classified government documents, even after receiving a subpoena and pledging that a diligent search had been conducted, leading to an FBI raid of his Mar-a-Lago home that found more than 100 additional classified items, according to a blistering court filing by federal prosecutors. When agents conducted their court-ordered search on August 8th, they found material so sensitive that even the FBI counterintelligence personnel and DOJ attorneys conducting the review required additional government clearances before they were permitted to review certain documents. The Food and Drug Administration Wednesday authorized updated COVID boosters from both Pfizer and Moderna. Both shots target the Omicron subvariants BA4 and BA5, which make up virtually all new cases in the U.S. Pfizer's new booster is approved for anyone 12 years old and older, and Moderna's to anyone 18 and up, both at least 2 months after the person's last COVID shot. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Lawyers for former President Donald Trump on Wednesday responded to the Justice Department in the dispute over Trump's request for a special master to review materials the FBI seized at his Mar-a-Lago estate. In it, his lawyers make the basis for an argument against illegal search and seizure. In the DOJ's filing Tuesday night, it provided a sworn written statement from a Trump attorney earlier in the summer that all of the documents the government had been seeking had been returned. Former federal prosecutor Ken Namaday says going into Thursday's hearing, the DOJ has a pretty strong argument. The president had his facts wrong.
President Biden, during a political campaign speech in Pennsylvania Tuesday, gave his followers some misinformation.
Do you realize the bullet out of an AR-15 travels 5 times as rapidly as a bullet shot out of any other gun?
A June study by Field and Stream looked at the fastest cartridges, and AR-15 rounds did not make their list. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
John Eastman has appeared before the Fulton County grand jury investigating former President Donald Trump's efforts to overturn 2020 election in Georgia, according to a statement released Wednesday by his attorneys. Eastman was advised to assert attorney-client privilege and the constitutional right to remain silent where appropriate, the statement says. Out of respect for grand jury secrecy, we will not disclose the substance of the questions or testimony. We wish to thank the grand jurors for their support, it adds. This is USA Radio News.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Ader loans a wheel to a friend and watches his Emax clinch. 3 other Grand National divisions move their races forward in spectacular fashion. And we have reached peak crowning season in championship pulling. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The chances to see NTPA pulling live and in person in 2022 are dwindling as the penultimate regular season Grand National event is in the books. Wellington, Ohio's Friday Night Spectacular included the Regional National Classic Superstocks as well as 4 Grand National divisions. Winning the Classics was 2-time champion David Spillman and his Smokin' Ace, who are in quite the dogfight to continue their title streak. Challenging are Al Heasley's Tin Man, which has won twice and leads by 1 point, and the 3-win Green Broke Deer of John Stanley and driver Ryan Pollock, which is tied with Spillman for second. The Classics have 5 hooks to go beginning this Wednesday, August 31st in Richwood, Ohio, and continuing in Canton, Ohio at the Stark County Fair this Friday and Saturday, September 2nd and 3rd. In GN action, Adam Spiegelberg and Detonator Black won the light superstock class to pull 1 point ahead of second place Marcus Wedelson and Gunpowder and Lead. Spiegelberg of Wyowega, Wisconsin, had to hurry home for Saturday's NTPA event in that very town, a poll which his family helped to found and still organizes. The Light Supers will come down to a 2-hook shootout in Canton between these 2 past champions, with Spiegelberg's title coming in 2019 and Wedelson's in 2013. Adam Bauer of Peyton, Iowa, himself a past champion of every modern-day modified division, is making a 2-prong bid for a 2022 modified mini title. His Iron Toy has been on a rail this season with 6 victories and a 15-point lead over its steady stablemate Cowboy Up. Combined, the 2 Bauer-powered mini rods have 15 top 3 finishes in 30 combined appearances. Bauer will, in all likelihood, clinch the title at the Fulton County Fair's Emmy Miller Tire Tri-State Showdown in Wauseon, Ohio, this Friday, September 2nd. The 4-wheel drive division, idle this past weekend, will also reach the bottom of their schedule at the top of Ohio in Wauseon. In Pro Stock, Beloit, Ohio's Julia Ray and Dad Mike Connie got a measure of revenge in front of a friendly crowd. The back trailer team, blocked most of the season by the strong performance of Danny Schmucker's leading Rampage and Dad Kevin's Get Her Done Deer, went 1-2 in Wellington. This track just suits my driving style, explained Julia. After a 366-foot distance aboard Mac Daddy, bested Mike's 353 on Mac Nasty as both gained ground on Rampage and leapfrog Get Her Done for 2nd and 3rd in the standings. But the next turn is to the Schmucker's own hometown pole in Canton before they wrap the season with a Saturday doubleheader in Sandwich, Illinois on September 10th. And in Unlimited, Joe Ader carried a 2-season title streak, an 8-hook winning streak, and a 25-point advantage onto his favorite track, which was beyond the margin that could be erased in one poll. In a stirring example of true sportsmanship and deep friendship, Ader handed the keys off to former Unlimited and 2-time defending mini champion Ken Veeney. Ader then watched from the hot pit as Veeney drove to 7th and clinched the title aboard his North Collins, New York-based Eaton Compressor-sponsored E-Max. Wayne Purser of Norman, Oklahoma, and his Uncle Sam took the class honors. So that's 4 titles in the books and 8 more to go before the Enderley Pull-Off entertains a capacity crowd in Urbana, Ohio on Saturday, September 17th. You can be there actually by purchasing tickets at shopntpa.com/tickets or virtually by watching the live stream at ntpa.tv. And of course, get results, standings, and schedule details at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, and there you go. Get our final hour up and rolling here. Jump on in at 844-3388. What do we got? First day of September. And as I step outdoors, these early morning hours, the stars are shining bright. Jupiter shining really bright out there. As we get into the month of September. Yeah, the leaves on the trees, especially in the northern tier of the country, already turning that tinge of yellow, orange, and brown. Yeah, a little taste of what's to come around the country. But for stargazers, September marks the return of the longer nights and a slate of astronomical events unfolding in the early autumn sky. Not only nights become a little longer than the days in the northern hemisphere in September, but the weather will also help bring the night sky into focus. The gradual downturn in humidity means crisper views of the nighttime sky. Big difference from those muggy summer nights. Makes everything look kind of fuzzy up there. You notice that? Yeah, from great views of the largest planet in the solar system to one of the most popular full moons every year, here's what we're looking at here in the month of September. September 9th into the 10th. It's the harvest moon aligning with Jupiter and Saturn. Second week of September kicks off with an astronomical alignment featuring, there it is, one of the year's most popular full moons. Every full moon has a nickname, or most of them have numerous nicknames. But of course, it's the harvest moon. That's the full moon. It usually rises when the summer crops are ready to be harvested. Yeah, this nickname, they say, traced back to a time before electricity when farmers used the moonlight to continue the harvest well past sunset. Yeah, they've got some other nicknames there. What else on the list? September 22nd, there's our fall equinox. Yeah, this is going to begin to signal the changing of the seasons around the world. Although the start of fall will come a few weeks early, for meteorologists, the September equinox is traditionally the official start of astronomical fall across the northern hemisphere. This is a date that varies year to year due to the imperfect orbit around the sun. This year, the equinox taking place Thursday, September 22nd, 9:03 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, that's the point where the sun's most direct rays will be pointed right at the equator, where you'll see around 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours of nighttime, everywhere around the globe. The equinox. Then late in the month, September the 26th, one other date maybe to circle, it's the Jupiter opposition. You step outside early this month, as I did here a few moments ago. The moon, Jupiter shining very brightly. Jupiter continues to shine brighter and brighter as we head into the final week of the month as it reaches opposition. Yeah, that's the term when a planet appears exactly opposite of the sun from our perspective here on the Earth. Be around the same time that Jupiter is closest to the Earth. That's why it's going to appear brighter than any other time of year. Like I said, it's shining mighty bright already, and it's just going to get brighter as the month goes on. Jupiter is one of the best planets to view with a telescope, not only because it's very easy to find, but due to the features. Most basic telescopes have enough magnification to reveal the 4 largest moons orbiting the planet Jupiter. Now, if you've got a more powerful telescope, you can actually reveal more details about the planet itself, the colorful cloud bands, even the big red spot, the massive storm that's been churning on the planet, I don't know, for centuries, do they say? All right, if you set up a telescope to take a look at Jupiter, you might take a look at Saturn as well, which will appear to the right of Jupiter. Saturn doesn't shine as bright, but if you've got a telescope, you can actually see the rings, the famous rings around the planet. Pretty breathtaking, right? All right, got to have a telescope, though, to see the rings around the moon. And we get back to the calls here. Hey, Gilligan.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Thanks for having me back. Hey, did you get that email I sent you? I found Moose a motor for his lawnmower.
Yeah, what was that? Was that a tank engine or something?
That's a 30-cylinder engine come out of a Sherman tank from World War II.
Sherman
Yeah, I
tank.
think he'd work real good. I think it'd work real good in his lawnmower, don't you? Yeah. Yeah. Eagle was spot on with this deal with Google shutting down Trump on this truth. They're on that the truth site. You know, the thing is with Google, unless they can control it, control what information that comes out, they don't want to have anything to do with it. And Google is as left wing as it can get. They might as well be just say, well, we're the Democrat Party. And I'm pretty sure we all know that. I'm sure you remember what happened to Parler, but where they literally shut the server off on them, where they couldn't run, where they couldn't stay on. You remember Parler?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. There was something else I wanted to cover, but I can't remember what it was. I hate that. Well, I'll get off here. Oh, by the way, I'm on vacation next week, so headed back to the beach. I'll try to do some beach reports for you, what the sightings are over there on the beach. Hopefully I can see things a little better than I did last year.
What kind of beach you headed to? Florida Beach, East Coast Beach, Gulf Coast? Where you headed?
I'm headed over to Ocean City, Maryland.
Maryland, yeah, okay.
I'm not going to wander too far off. So, yeah, my wife gets her beach vacation, and I get an antique gun I'm wanting. So I figured 20 years from now, I could pull that gun out of the safe and look at it, and all she's got is pictures, and I still got to go on the beach vacation. So it's a win-win for me. What do you think?
That sounds like that's a fair trade.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, well, thank you, Steve, and maybe I'll be able to check in next week anyway. You take care.
All right, thank you. Have a good morning, and yeah, be safe out there. 19 past the hour. Someone asked the question on this program on last morning's show, about 24 hours ago, with these student forgiveness loans. Are you going to have to pay state taxes? Obviously, you want to pay federal tax, but apparently, yep. Mississippi becomes the first state to officially declare we will tax your $10,000 or $20,000 student loan forgiveness, according to the report from Bloomberg. Like I said, it's exempt from federal tax. An analysis by the Tax Foundation says it's still subject to some individual state taxes. Now, in contrast, New York, Virginia, Pennsylvania, they've already introduced tax exemptions for residents who qualify for the debt forgiveness, so you won't have to worry in those states. Other states, though, Arkansas and Wisconsin, are also considering taxing, again, which Mississippi has confirmed, the student loan debt, the forgiven student loan debt. Arkansas's Department of Finance said that they're reviewing other debt forgiveness in this scenario via executive order. Is this subject to state income tax? They'll decide on the matter in the next few days. Meanwhile, Wisconsin's Department of Revenue this past day said that they're going to deal with the topic in the upcoming budget discussions. So there you go. State taxes, whatever it's going to be, it would be $20,000 on some of those Pell Grant recipients. But we'll get a quick time out, and lines wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four-Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, earlier in the program, 5-7 brought up the former FBI official who, did he resign? Was he fired? Up till yesterday, we didn't really have any answers. We did get a confirmation on that this past day, what actually unfolded. Well, if you can believe what they say. He says, I left the Bureau under advice from my legal counsel. I voluntarily retired. And he's denying, and I found that interesting, it says some of the allegations leveled against him. He's not denying all, but some of the allegations leveled against him. Timothy Thibault, that's the guy being provided pro bono service from a law firm, confirming through his legal counsel that his last day at the FBI was indeed last Friday. Clarified that I was not fired. I was not forced to retire. I was not asked to retire. But for whatever reason, his legal counsel, I guess, advised him to retire. Formerly served as an assistant special agent in charge of the Washington field office. I said, I informed supervisors about a month ago that I intended to retire. Now, this is while he's being investigated by the Office of Special Counsel for a potential Hatch Act violation after displaying political bias, including anti-Trump bias on his social media, and he's faced multiple whistleblower allegations. Yeah, Chuck Grassley actually brought it up to the Senate Judiciary Committee all the way back in May. But they give a few examples. In one instance, Grassley said Thibault used Twitter to retweet a post from the Never Trump Lincoln Project that read, quote, Donald Trump is a psychologically broken, embittered, deeply unhappy man. Washington Examiner in May also thoroughly detailed numerous examples of political bias from his own Twitter account and noted that the same Twitter account quickly became a private account and blocked the outlet after the bias allegations surfaced against him. Now, his legal statement says, I am fully cooperating with the Hatch Act investigation. I expect to be fully exonerated. Last month, Grassley sent a letter to both the FBI and Justice Department demanding documentation related to their handling of information about Hunter Biden, the whole laptop thing. Yeah, that letter implicated Thibault, noting that the whistleblower's claim verified and verifiable derogatory information on the Hunter laptop were falsely labeled as disinformation. Yeah, they're within the FBI. And in one instance, again, according to Grassley, that an avenue of additional derogatory Hunter Biden reporting was ordered to be closed by Thibault specifically. That's the accusation, not proven, but again, that's what Grassley says the whistleblowers tell him. Now, Thibault and others underscore that also subsequently attempted to improperly mark the matter in their FBI systems so that it could not be opened in the future. That's, again, the whistleblower claims. According to Grassley's letter, Thibault and others, it's not just the one guy, attempting to improperly mark that matter. This is the Biden thing. So it could not be opened in the future. Trying to seal this thing up, seal the deal, lock it up. We got to throw away the key, right? All right, a couple minutes before we hit news updates, see what's going on. I think Spencer's on board here. Morning, Spencer. What's happening?
Hey, if anybody's interested in the booking a cruise, they need to be thinking about it pretty good because they have, since they dropped all the restrictions on this COVID deal and everything, they have been slammed on booking cruises.
Yes.
And the thing about it is, hell, we booked one out of New Orleans going down to Mexico. It's got 4 or 5 stops on it going down to Belize and Cozumel and all that. But anyway, yeah, they're giving a $1,400 bar bill. $50 a day for offshore cruise, the tours.
Yeah.
And balcony and everything, and it's 40% off. And they're booking them all the way to 24 and 25. But they're really slamming right now, especially during the spring break times and stuff.
Well, so many people have been pent up for 2.5 years now. Yeah, and I mean, with the restrictions they had in place, the vaccines, that eliminated a lot of people from being able to go. And all these bookings really did. And they, according to the headlines, bookings have soared since they've eased the COVID testing requirements.
Oh yeah. Because the rooms are really, it's unbelievable, man. I mean, it's just, you have to wait on the phone lines for hours to try to get to talk to somebody.
Is that right?
And the discounts they got, it's like 40 for 50% off on the Norwegian and the Princess Cruise Line. Plus, they're giving all that $1,400 and the $50 a day for the concert, going off on the tours. And I forget what all else it is. There's a whole bunch of stuff that they're giving. I mean, it's a pretty good deal right now.
Yeah.
If you want to take a chance, you want to be damn sure you sign up for that insurance in case something happens.
Yeah, and I think that's only like $100, $110, if I'm not mistaken, for the insurance.
Well, it depends on your age too.
Does it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because my daughter, she's 40, and she got off for like $75 on her, and it was like 100 and something for me and my wife, or each one of us.
Yeah.
It's a lot higher the older you get, because they said you'd be surprised how many people die before they get to go,
Yeah.
But it was, hey, we priced going to Hawaii and everything, and that was unbelievable because of the damn airfare and everything.
All righty. Well, Spencer, good to hear from you. Everything else going all right out there?
Pretty cool, man. Everything's starting to slack off a little bit on this freight and everything. Starting to slow down on this LTL.
That's interesting. You're about the third or fourth person this morning to say things are kind of slowing down. Is that a sign of things to come in the overall economy?
Well, I'm going to tell you something. If it's slow right now, I just wait and see what's going to happen in January and February, because if you're not busy now, you sure as hell ain't going to be busy in January and February. Now, that's my opinion, because I've been doing this only 30-some years, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, you've seen it, the trends, right? The trends. All right, Spencer, well, thank you much. Let's get our news break in here. It is 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. They've actually been under water boil advisory for months, but Jackson, Mississippi residents are dealing with no water out of the faucets since flooding damaged the main water treatment plant last weekend. Locals are wondering how long they can hold out as the National Guard is helping deliver fresh water at community locations. Here's Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves.
In the past 48 hours, we've installed a new rental pump, contracted with outside operators to do critical maintenance, and started other emergency repairs.
John Eastman has appeared before the Fulton County Grand Jury investigating former President Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election in Georgia. He was advised to assert attorney-client privilege and the constitutional right to remain silent where appropriate, the statement says. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Good morning to Steve, checking in via the email. What do we got? Morning, Thursday. Hello to everybody listening in out there. Coffee in hand, time to head into town, hop in the old trash truck. Hey, the long weekend's almost here, and my checklist is complete. Miller Lite, meat, charcoal, check. That's all a guy needs. Everybody enjoy the day, and we'll catch up again soon. There you go. Little barbecue for your Labor Day weekend, right? Hello to Truck and Phil. Morning, Steve, in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Thursday. Here we go. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights, back to Fort Wayne. And looking forward to that beautiful harvest moon later this month. Here you go. September 1. Here it is. All right. And Vic is on board. What's happening this morning, Vic?
Hey, good morning, Steve. I've called in about Trump's lawyer, but you mentioned that about Google. Google was told they had to leave China. That was about, 10, 15 years ago, if they did not give China all their algorithms and everything. And when you do business in China, if you do anything that is derogatory to the Chinese Communist Party, they can boot you out and keep all your stuff. So that might have played a little bit of a role in Google deciding they're not going to put Truth Social on their Play Store, their apps.
Mm-hmm.
Just a thought there. But the deal with Trump, I don't know if he's getting bad legal advice or if he's not being forthcoming with the attorneys or what. But it's really kind of curious because supposedly, now by the news reports, someone told the Justice Department that all of the confidential information that had been sent to them, and they didn't have any more. Well, I don't know if Trump signed off on that or knew, or exactly who on the one hand on his staff said we don't have any confidential information anymore, classified information, and then somebody else on his staff or a whistleblower or something then gets in touch with the FBI and says, "Oh yes, we do." So there's something amiss in the Trump organization. And you mentioned this FBI guy. I've never heard of anybody saying my attorney told me to leave voluntarily. I don't know very many people that consult an attorney before they retire, usually an accountant, but usually not an attorney. But anyway, the whole deal with that makes me wonder is, I know that Trump thought he declassified a lot of material. The FBI must have classified some other material. We still don't know what the material really is. But as it relates to the FBI, it's like, did they classify some information that really shouldn't have been classified in order to make sure that Trump didn't have the proper information or the proper records to fight this January 6th commission and the impeachment? Do you understand what I'm saying there? Is that something that really shouldn't have been classified? They just got a classification on it real quick to make sure that Trump couldn't discover everything that really went on. Like how many stooges did they have in that crowd on January 6th? Provocateurs. I couldn't think of the word right off the bat.
What do you think? What was the purpose yesterday of they released this photograph? All these papers that say secret and top secret, and they've got like an evidence marker next. Well, what was the purpose of that?
Well, I think they were wanting to show that he was being very reckless in how he was keeping the records, because there's also a whole procedure in keeping classified records. My time with the government was never all that great. Mine, like secret. There's some real low-level classifications, which really I wouldn't even consider them a classification, and that was me. But I had some friends that were in the Signal Corps and in some other things, and I remember one day that this guy was talking about he had a good commanding officer because he left the office and forgot to lock a cabinet, and he had left a notebook out. And when he realized what he'd done, he barely left the office, and he turned around and ran back in there. It was something called the Purple Codes.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, when he got back in there, the commanding officer was locking it all up, and he didn't write him up or anything over. But he could have been in trouble just for doing that. He was in the Army Signal Corps. But anyway, there is a whole process of how you're supposed to handle classified documents, and that's what struck me as odd, because of those that I knew that have had that type of classification, all those documents, you have to sign out for them. You just can't, like a library, walk in and pick it off a library shelf.
Well, I've asked the question a handful of times when your time to leave office is coming, which every 4 years, every 8 years, it's the transition of power from one president to the next. So you got all these Donald Trump himself. We know he's not the guy in there packing up all these boxes. However many they took out. Since he's even left office, do you think he's been rummaging through these boxes, seeing what's in them, or who packed this stuff in there, I guess, is my question.
Well, the General Service Administration is the one that's supposed to pack them up, but all the different agencies that have sent classified documents to the White House, they should be dealing with the White House lawyers and asking for those documents back. The precedent-setting thing was the Watergate hearings and the Nixon tapes and the 15-minute or whatever it was that wasn't recorded. That pretty much said all that, and that's where the Presidential Records Act came in. And then also, this was not really a part of the Watergate, but it was around that time that they come up with this Federal Magistrate Act. And the federal magistrates, they're appointed by the judges in whatever circuit they're in. They're not appointed by Congress, and they have limited duties. And that kind of struck me as odd, too. How would a magistrate have the authority to issue a search warrant on a former president regarding highly classified documents? I'm not sure, but I believe that, as the saying goes, that was about their pay grade. I don't know, maybe they can do that, but I know they can't issue warrants in certain really sensitive criminal cases, and it has to go back to the district judges, and that's where Trump's asking for the special master to look at these documents, and I guess to see if his claim is valid, to where he can go back and say, no, those weren't classified because I declassified it. I don't know. That's just my thought.
Right.
But this thing, everything with Trump, it's so. What I'm trying to search for a word to explain it, but it's so convoluted. I mean, on the one hand, he's in the right, and on the other hand, he's in the wrong. There's no clarity there. So I really don't know, why it's so confusing. But I do know this, that this was another political witch hunt. I don't know what it is about that man that scares him that scares everybody so much, or the MAGA movement, other than the fact there were people that, we've talked about this endlessly. Somehow, some way, there are people that have gotten enamored with the socialist system and even the communist system that has tanked more economies in the world and killed more people than anything else. So I don't know. But my point was that whenever they came out with all that stuff today, and then the FBI guy saying, well, I just left voluntarily because my attorneys told me to. It just doesn't, that statement in and of itself just doesn't really ring true. He left hoping that he can get out of any sort of criminal penalties. And the last time that I ever heard of anybody getting free legal advice or pro bono was whenever Big Jim Thompson's law firm over in Illinois defended Governor Ryan, who had been Secretary of State during Jim Thompson's governorship, whenever supposedly somebody was taking kickbacks for CDL.
The license for bribe scandal.
But, right. And that's the last time I ever heard of anybody getting free legal advice.
Very interesting. Yeah, I thought, pro bono, I found, so he's obtained legal counsel on a pro bono basis. And That legal counsel, apparently, they suggested maybe it's just time for you to exit. Yeah, exit stage left, right? Well, good morning to the blind man. How the heck are we this morning?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I'm really excited. I'm going to finally meet a trucker in person. We're going to go to West Virginia and visit Gilligan, and I'm really looking forward to that on Sunday. Anyhow, I got through the Sebastian Gorka on his show Monday, and I asked him, I said, look, can you ask Donald Trump if he can show the videos of the raid at his rally this Saturday in Pennsylvania? He said that was a great idea, and you deserve the latest T-shirt, and it says FBI is Biden's Gestapo. I don't dare wear it around here. I might get beat up or something, but I appreciate the fact that he liked my idea, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we'll see video of the raid at the rally this Saturday.
Now, I'm not even really familiar. What raid at what rally?
Trump is having a rally in Pennsylvania this Saturday.
Okay, all right. I knew Biden was supposed to be there like today or whatever, and he's going to speak a prime time address. But so Trump has a rally slated in Pennsylvania.
Right, this
Okay.
Saturday.
All right, I'll have to look into that.
So anyway, you have a good weekend, everybody, and I'll be yakking at you soon.
Thanks for checking in this morning, blind man. Yeah, Trump rally Saturday. Okay, we return in 2.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as they always say, around in third, headed for home. We get to, yes, Horse Feathers, what you got?
Hey, yeah, Blind Man, I think, was trying to say that with that phone call he made to that other radio show that he suggested they play the Mar-a-Lago security camera videotapes of the FBI raid there when Trump's doing the rally. Put it on the big screen.
Okay, I got you then. No, they
weren't going.
They were debating
Trump wasn't
about.
going to get raided in Pennsylvania.
I mean, there was talk here early after the raid about their releasing, I guess, the video, the surveillance camera video. I don't think I haven't heard or seen that they ever did. I mean.
Yeah, but what better place to do it than on the big screens at the rally in Pennsylvania? Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. So, hey, did you ever find out anything about Dick Durbin there trying to tax or steal the rewards there from the credit card earnings?
I found something about something called the Durbin Act in relation to credit cards, but I couldn't find anything where it had anything to do with like the points or rewards or anything.
Okay.
Only thing I could find was kind of like, I guess, exorbitant fees and things being charged by credit card companies. That's all I could find. So.
Okay. Yeah, as I say, I just heard something about it, and I didn't know what it was all about, and I hadn't had a chance to dig into it yet. So I was still kind of curious about that.
It was
appreciate that.
something that had been around for a while, from what I could find. I just did a quick Google search on it, so I didn't spend a whole lot of time on it, but yeah, something called the Durbin Act. I have to do a little more research to find out what it is.
All right, very good, Dan. We'll be looking for you tonight, then, there, the midnight hour.
Steve Sommers and Chris Gabrelchik at the midnight hour tonight for our first Friday episode in the month of September, as we actually be looking forward to headed into the Labor Day weekend. There you go. Stick around, TNCRadio.live. Coming up right after this, it's the best of Keep On Talking Live with Tom Kirk. Then an unusual guest for Taillights with the Bombs this morning. Larry and Angie interviewing a couple that actually drive around the nation's highways searching for people to help. Really, that's what they do. They stop and help others, whether it's an automobile, a diesel truck, even a motorcycle. That's the scope of this adventurous couple. They said it's quite the story, and that'll be coming up 2 hours from now. Then it's an all-new episode of Clutch Time Sports with Anderson and Banker making their bold predictions for the upcoming NFL season. So football fans don't want to miss that. Coming up starting 7 a.m. Eastern Time, all via TNCRadio.live. So we will close it out there this Thursday morning. Have a great day. Be safe out there. Come on back and join us again tonight. Hopefully be planning to chime in, chat with Chris. He'll be taking your questions. All things lubrication, transmission questions, engine questions, you name it. That's what it's all about. We'll get all the very latest, how things are going with the transition to the Gold Eagle, the new parent company. So hope you'll join us for that on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.